Alright, so from what it says, I'm looking at temperature on my computer. It says the temperature is freeze. Okay, now it just says 30. So, apparently it's cold. I was like, man, I should probably stack a few more computers. No? Before it gets cold. Apparently it already is cold, so I'm not worried about it. No. Anyway, guess that's not exactly the point of this video, but I guess you'd call it lazy, maybe, but it just wouldn't sound right. I don't think it's lazy. I don't think anybody is lazy or anybody wants to be lazy, even for those who say they do want to be lazy. I think they're misusing the word or don't understand exactly what they're trying to say, the way they want to say it, if that makes sense. So, if a tree grows to get sunlight, it will grow up towards the sun. Especially like sunflowers, they're going to turn towards the sun. They're striving to get the most out of their effort. You don't see sunflowers going, oh, there's the sun, let me turn away. Let me go through every motion I can to waste as much time as I can to get absolutely nothing done so that I get weaker and grow over and just die. No. No, sunflowers don't do that. But you see people every day going, nope, 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 don't want the help, nope, 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 no, nope. Oh man, I'm broke. Oh, nope, 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 oh, lost my car, nope, nope, can't buy food, nope, nope. Had to break into a few places. Oh, oh, free jobs, high pay, not for me. No, 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 no. Handouts? I'm not a cheapo. I'm not doing that. Nope, nope, nope. Medical health? Healthcare? Mm-mm. Scam. I'm not sick. You're a liar. And here today, we sit in remembrance of Bob, who never sought help because he was a hard-working man. It's like, no, not really. Not really. Everybody says Bob's lazy. I don't think Bob was lazy. I think Bob just probably didn't know what was going on. Most people don't. But how can you sit next to everyone else around you and look at the next person next to you and go, hey, I like what they got going on. I need to be better than them. Which makes sense. But what you're trying to slowly achieve and growing, over is literally lower than what you're already walking. It's like saying, hey, I just completed level 10 on this game. Let me see where everyone else is. Level 2? Oh, yeah, I should definitely see if I can at least do level 3. It's like, bro, what the fuck are you talking about? You're already past level 3. But people do this every day. They just like a race to the bottom. As fast as they can go. It's like this. I'm gonna say it kind of simply, I guess. I hate comparing things to money, but it seems like that's all people know is just money. I guess They think they know money, maybe. They really don't. Um, but you'll have people loudly screaming, look at the Prada, look at the Gucci. Yeah, thirsty, right? And you're the bank teller going, bro, you got like 37 cents in your bank account. It's like, yeah, because all my assets. You rented your shoes, bro. What assets? Ah. But, but yeah, that's really how it is. People are like, no, and you're just jealous because then people are flexing, and it's like, okay. If you've had money, you understand. If you've never had money, you don't understand. If you've had assets, you really understand. If I give you $1, where are you going to put it? Oh, I'll put it in my pocket. If I give you $10, where are you going to put it? Oh, in my pocket. If I give you a 20, might put it in my wallet. What made you want to put it in your wallet this time instead of your pocket? Keep it a little bit safer. Why? Just in case you leave it in the wash? Yeah, you know, or it falls out. What makes that square piece of paper more important than that square piece of paper? Nothing. So if I give you 100, now what are you gonna do? Some may put it in their wallet, some might go, hey, I'm gonna need to put this up somewhere in my house. Give you $500. A lot of people are either gonna, oh, gotta put this up, or gotta put it in the bank. Now, I'm not trying to really sound like an asshole when I say this, but you know who you are when I say this. I give you $1,000, but I really can't use that example because a lot of people here have never had the opportunity to accumulate $1,000. And yes, you may be screaming, well, I sold my car and I got $5,000 for it, and I had $5,000. Yeah, how long did that sit in your hands? Because I didn't see it grow after the 5,000. I just seen it just shrink down. So you never had it. You just got slapped with it and it just blew away. You didn't even attempt to catch it. If you caught it, your normal growth, you would have just caught it and just kept growing. No. So you get $500. People put it in the bank, and that's about it. But now, honestly, you know, people go, well, if I got $1,000, I'd do this, I'd do that. Now, let's say everything was taken care of, and you got that $1,000. Where would you put it? Most people just generally say, hey, you put it in the bank. If they have a bank account. Yeah, some people don't have those. So a lot of those same people probably would never even think about having $10,000 within their control. I mean, I know there's a lot of people out there that are like, hey, well, I've been working for this company for 10, 20 years, and I got 20,000, 30,000, whatever, in my 401k. Yeah, that's how much money I'm worth. And it's like, okay, pull it out, move it around. Oh, well, I don't actually control it. Okay, it's not yours for now. I mean, so if it was in your control, would you have spent it? Most people, they would, and you can tell in relation to their 401k or their retirement or their investment, and then compare it to their free liquid money. Most people a checking account, sometimes a savings account, and then usually gets dispersed from there to either investments or other assets or bills or whatever, or little holding accounts or whatever you have. So the people who do these things generally have like a baseline where they always keep those accounts. It could be 10 grand for some people. It could be $100 for other people. It just depends on the type of spending you do. But they'll never, ever, no matter what, let it go below that. And some people are safe about it. They're like, hey, you got 200 in your account. Yeah, but your limit's 100. It's like, yeah, but I don't want to get near the limit. That's the scary line. That's the cliff. That's the drop off. So it's not like, hey, I can go all the way up to here. You don't want to hit your brakes and skid all the way up to the very edge of the cliff. They don't want to get to where the account's like at 101 and then have an emergency. Throws them off. So they're like, okay, I got 230, no more spending. Well, you have to spend $70 more. It's like, why? Oh crap, I forgot. It's like, they still had the room to do it. Ooh. So what I'm getting at is that if you're someone who's following the next person who's having these issues, it's like you look at them and don't realize what's going on. You just see them moving around, doing stuff, and you're like, oh, they're going somewhere. Let me do what they're doing. So you just start doing it too. And you've been down here this whole time. You really don't know what your environment is. You're just trying to see what people are doing. You're just like, well, I guess that's the right way. Don't want to get left behind. Obviously, go to school. Better go to school. Why? What else are you going to do? Well, I don't know. You don't know because you never asked. Well, I was never told. Well, has anybody told you to tell anybody else anything? No. And what have you told other people that you feel obligated to tell them? Nothing. So then what makes you think they're going to come tell you? So you will just be down here just getting at it. You're like, okay, well, maybe the faster I move, the more I'll get. Nope, nothing seems to really just check out. It seems like you move slow, you get in a wreck. You move fast, you just get in more wrecks. It's like for every step, one wreck. You move 3 steps real quick, you get in 3 wrecks. And you can't figure out why. You zoom out a little bit, you finally realize you and about 30 other people are trapped in a room just smearing shit around. Like you ain't doing nothing. You're just making a mess. You're pushing your shit towards that guy, and that guy's pushing his shit towards you, and y'all ain't going nowhere. Y'all are all screwed. And you're like, okay, so what's the point? Well, you got a guy just sitting back like, well, they really don't know the mess they're in, so they probably really don't care. But if I convince them that there's a mess there, then they will care. Hey, excuse me, everyone here. Y'all have a mess. What's that? That's this thing. Oh, that's crazy. Well, what does that mean? Well, let me tell you, it's bad. Is it? Yeah, look. Would someone like me lie to you? Obviously, I'm very successful, right? And then it's like, oh, maybe he's right. Yeah, you gotta keep things clean. See all that shit down there? Gotta clean it up. The best thing is, Solutions 101 right here. Let me give you this product. And everyone's like, oh, this is a great idea. What do we do? Well, you gotta buy these things called sponges, you gotta buy these things called towels, and you gotta buy a bunch of this stuff called soap. It's like, oh, it's a smart idea. How do I use it? Well, let me show you. And they go to cleaning the carpet and cleaning up all the walls and cleaning up everything. Like, oh, this is good. Immediately, the product is wanted, but somebody's got to make it. So the guy goes over here and he says, hey, all of you in line 1, shit smears, I'm going to give you a job. All of you in line 2, I'm going to give you a job. And only one person from line 3, I'm going to give you a job. All of them are producing the product. Now, from line 3, the rest of line 3, you got a few people going, hey, I'm going to offer another solution. Instead of you cleaning your carpet, I'll clean your carpet for you. That leaves the rest of the rows to go figure out a solution elsewhere on how to get these products to get their shit together. So here's basically what's going on. These guys over here in row 1 got money, but don't realize they got money. Row 2 got some money, but realizes they got money, but not as much money as row 1. Row 3, they don't have a lot of money. They just kind of got lucky. One guy, he got in there, doesn't really get a lot of money, but he's getting by. And the other few, making their little third-party business, they kind of just got in their little niche products. Everyone else is consumers to this product and sub-products. And you're like, well, man, that's a lot of money moving around. Well, where is it all going? Well, it's not going to the people, it's going away from the people. And you're just like, well, how so? Well, you had the one guy who came in and created a problem and sold a solution. So there's the person who didn't have shit, so he didn't have shit to clean up. And generally those are people born into wealth. Usually automatically have their hand held. You know, they don't gotta worry. Ever. And they can take full advantage. Well, just a fact of life. Then you have row 1 in that example. Those people that got lucky, they were given an opportunity. They just happened to bump into the right person. Were given that opportunity, and they did really well. Most of them are oblivious to it. It's like, oh, it's a part of life. Everybody gets lucky, right? Like, no. And y'all probably met those people. Like, doesn't everybody get rich by the time they're 40? It's like, no, they don't. All my friends in my neighborhood, and actually half my state, it's like, you live in LA. Doesn't everybody live like this? It's like, no, they don't. So you have row 2 who is like most people, just, hey, well, this is what I need to do. Oh, I need to go to school. I need to go here. And then I can get into these bigger businesses, to these people that know really high-end people. Oh, work for corporate America. Okay, cool. Yeah, I can do that. You know, they go to school and they get everything. You know, they kind of got lucky and got in there. Now they're striving. They're trying to climb that ladder. And then row 3. Hey, somehow I got a scholarship. Boom. They're like, well, more people get scholarships. No, they don't. Most people go to private school. People that are generally just successfully out there, if their parents can opt them for private school, which a lot of them can, they will. Would you give your kid a generic, you know, sandwich, or would you want to give them a homemade one? They're both the same price. like, if it helps any better for an example, it's like saying, hey, same price, get your kid a custom suit for prom, or get them one you found at Walmart. They're both free. You're going to get the one specifically for them. If you have the option for generic education, or, hey, is this what you would like your kid to learn? Check this out. Or, hey, would you like them? I want him to learn this right here, this specifically. We got you. Great, cool. That's a private school. So everyone's like, oh, that's not true. So many people get scholarships, and there's more of them than there are these rich people. And it's like, you're right. You're absolutely right. And there's definitely a lot more regular jobs than there are corporate jobs. So how do we ensure we get into the corporate jobs? Send my kid to this school here, get the knowledge they need, and I know you know me, we get in here and we do whatever, and it's kind of a freestyle from there. But anyway, that same thing, that row 3, this guy got his scholarship and he just happened to get picked up by the right company. This is like somebody becoming an engineer for Exxon just through a scholarship. Just got lucky. Happens. Now they're just getting paid $250,000 a year. So, he's doing well. And you're like, man, well, yeah, that's not really getting money. He's like, well, you're smart about it, so he invested it. Within 10 years, he's just modestly living. He's not really having to pay off anything for school, so he's not in debt. Starts looking for houses his first year out of school. By the time he's 25, he's already sitting on, a paid off vehicle, a paid off house, and he's starting some major investments. 10 years down the road, out of school, 32 years old, opens up a business. If he even did that, he probably worked for Exxon for 5 years, got out, used some of that money, and started a business. Easily living off savings before that, so probably has at least $500,000 to put towards whatever. And if not, 6 years with Exxon, should at least have $500,000. Start a business, open it up, spread out. A couple years down the road, 7 years down the road, he's 30, 35 years old, sells that business, has a crap ton of money, invests it, sits back, just goes from there. The guy just got lucky. It happens. Then you got the people that go, hey, I see what that guy did there. He started his own business and got a lot of money. I don't got to go to school for that. I'll just start a business. And he starts a business. A few people do that. Third-party business. And then they make pretty decent money. They're not skilled professionals, but it's a side hustle. So they don't get paid as much, but they still make money. Then you have just regular turnkey worker people. Regular people that have pretty decent jobs. Like, hey, I make $15 an hour working as a manager in retail. You got a degree? No. But still making $15 an hour. It's not great. It's not terrible. And then you got the very last row, the people that are scrambling around. They're closer to minimum wage. What do I need to do? Where I need to go? I'm a hard worker. I'm a hard worker. They're working as many hours as they can, coming in on their days off, still working off the clock just to impress. Just to, hey, so I can get another 13-cent raise, right? It's like, you're really shooting for 13 cents? Okay, 10 cents. It's like, dang, and they really wanted me to offer him 7 cents. It's like, What if I offer you 25 cents? It's like, oh my god, yes. It's like, hey man, on your raise this past year, what'd you get? It's like $13. It's like, $13. That's pretty low. But for most jobs, it's like that. Or I guess moderate jobs, it'd be anywhere from like $2 to $4. You know, it just depends on your line of work. Um, Again, this isn't including corporate jobs. This is just, like I said, regular urban jobs. Just you got 5 years experience as a manager, go to McDonald's. That's really a bad example, but I'll just say a construction company. You're a foreman, you're making $27 an hour. A year down the road, and you come for your raise, they're going to give you like $3 on a raise minimum, if not more than that in between. But per raise, it might be in 3 months really. $3 raise, 3 more months comes, you might get another $3 raise. You know, you might stay there for a year. Just depends. Some places it's 6 months, $3 raise. Some places construction, it's a whole year, $3 raise. You know, but you're not getting no 10 cents. But again, those are more practical, real jobs. So, you take it to the minimum wage department, and that's where you're getting those 30-cent wage increases. We're like, yeah, 30 cents, man. It's like, no, that's not good. That's not even a raise. Who does that? That's a, hey, you can quit now card. Did that make you mad? No? Here's another one. This one's even worse. 37.5 cents. So, so yeah, you can take those people in that last tier, and they're scrambling about, and then you're like, okay, well, who else do we got? You know, there's got to be another row. It's like, there is, but there isn't. So, that is the whole community. You're like, what about the people that can't work, or the people that are retired, or the kids, or the... So here's the deal. In that room that is considered the workforce is the only thing that can bring product into the community. The elderly, who are now retired, who have no businesses, literally put no labor effort towards the community. They are not putting in, so they are not in the box. They are pulling stuff out of the box. Kids are not in the box, so they cannot take stuff, or they cannot put stuff in the box. They can only take stuff out of the box. People who are in the box can make stuff in the box and pull from out of the box because they work in the box, so they can go in and out of the box. They're the box. So the problem is the people that work in the box make enough to contribute to their kids, to attain to themselves, help for their future, and then help for the elderly that have already passed. And it's a continuing cycling system, and it just rotates. Now the problem is when you have somebody slide into the system, pull from it, that is neither the elderly of the system or the youth of the system, but it's just randomly jumped into the system and it started drawing, but never contributed. I'm not talking shit here, but as an example, somebody who is homeless, who came from another city, whose parents did not grow up there, they were not raised there, no money from that outside city where they came from has ever flowed to this city where they are now at. So now if they come in there as a non-contributor and start drawing off the relief that's there, and I know the argument is like, oh, well, the government pays this and the state pays that one. No, this is just for the system. It's just a understanding of that system. They come in and they go, oh, well, everybody else comes here, so I'm going to come here. Now that's why you see these massive groups. And they start drawing from that system. So it starts to shrink it down and cause issues. And from there it just gets worse. You know, it's a long whole another story on money. But those outliers of the box are the things that destroy the box. You know, you're probably saying like, hey, well, it's not his fault. And you're like, you know what? You're right. It's not his fault. You know? Are his actions causing issues? Yes. But it's kind of like when you got earplugs in and you're talking really loud and everyone's like, hey, be quiet. And you're like, what? And you're not understanding why people are looking at you weird and kind of halfway yelling. You can barely hear them and you're like, what? And you're yelling and they're getting angry and they're looking at you even more weird, and you're just like, you don't know what to do, so you're looking at them weird. And it just causes a bunch of issues, and then you're just stuck in a monotonous cycle of not really knowing what to do, just hoping you can get through the situation. You know? But until somebody tells you like, hey, I give you a signal and you either pick up on it or you don't, and you're like, ear. Pull the earplug out and like, oh yeah, you've been yelling. Like, oh, oh, I'm sorry, I did not know I was yelling. Yeah, yelling is bad when we're in a quiet area. Oh, that's weird, you're not yelling either anymore, and I can hear you now. I understand. And from that point on, you're like, hey, somebody's talking to me. So what did you say? So now you're getting all the information you need all the time and know when to look for it. Because somebody told you. So if you go around screaming, causing issues, because you got your headphones in, thinking you're doing the right thing, just minding your business, staying in your lane, you don't realize when somebody's like, excuse me, sir, then you go on a screaming fit. What? This is why people will not approach the homeless, because they feel like there may be an issue. Hey, excuse me there, can I get $1? The dude's just gonna look. It's not that he won't give him $1. He's just like, if I give him $1, he'll ask for 5. They don't ask for 10. They don't ask for 50. They don't ask for a ride. They don't ask for groceries. They don't ask for $100. They don't ask for a car loan payment. And they snatch it and they're like, oh no, I'm sorry, sir, I don't have any cash on me. And you're like, that's messed up. And it's like, it actually happens to a lot of people, and they just get to a point where they're like, no. It's like, that's cold. It's like, yeah. But if you think it's cold, well then give the money. And I'm not saying that to be a dick. I'm saying that because, like, if that's generally how you feel, you can control your actions 100%. You can't control somebody else's actions. So, if they don't contribute, then oh well. But that's generally why people won't give to the homeless that aren't broke. I mean, if you're broke, you can't give to them anyway. I mean, hey, there's no foul in that, you know. Well, I have money, I just can't give it away. Well, then you can't give it away. It's simple as that. When you take these people into this system, you have to stop and think, well, this is the system that's running. These guys run these guys, and these guys run these guys, and these guys give to these guys, and these guys help these guys. And then the rest is the contagion to the system. One is understood and controlled, and one is misunderstood and managed. The first being the adults, seniors to the system, and the second being the kids who are the future of the system. Now the outliers that are just randomly popping in and out, they generally never pop in and contribute. So little by little they suck from the system. They take. That's just how it is. So only two things can happen here. One, either something from outside the system brings a major contribution to it and makes up and prolongs the life of that system, or two, which is the reality of what generally happens, those inside of that system will have to accumulate more effort to make up for those that are coming in to keep the system maintained. This is why you don't see cities falling left and right. You're like, well, yeah, it's because they bring big money. Yes, and they do. And they also have people work harder. That's why they have to pay more for their living standards, because there's more opportunity, but things cost more, so they have to work harder if they live there to make more, because it's a competition for those positions, because they make more. So they make more, pay more, work harder, and you're like, well, yeah, but if they work harder, they should get paid more, but then they have to spend more. It's like, if you're not catching what I'm saying, let me explain it here. A can of soup costs $1. You get paid $1 an hour. And in 1 hour, you can run 1 mile. Okay? So now, if you want that same can of soup, you have to run, because it's now $2, costs twice as much in that city. You have to work twice as hard, but you're like, oh wait, no I don't. I only have to work 2 hours. It's like, oh, that sucks. But they're like, hey, now, you know what? You live in the city, we're going to pay you more. Right? It's like you get $2 an hour. It's like, oh, okay, so it's the same hour for the same suit. Remember, you're working twice as hard for twice the pay because it's a competitive place. So instead of running 1 mile in an hour for $1 an hour for 1 can of soup for $1, you are now running 2 miles an hour for $2 for 1 can of soup. You're like, yeah, but it's the same hour, same pay, same, yeah, so it's only an hour's worth of work. It's like, but instead of running 1 mile in that hour, you are now running 2 miles. And you're like, well, that's actually really high. What's with the competition? Because people assume that they can scave that system and save up money and live bountifully when they leave that system. That usually never happens. It never happens. It'll just suck you dry. The city will suck you dry. The only option is to finally make it out of the city and literally drive to it to work there, and then live outside of it. That's why everybody leaves. Nobody stays. They're only there while they have to be till they can afford a place outside of it. That's seriously it. So, if you have any other reason to be there, you're just killing yourself. Unless you're just at the top, making that money. Okay, $700 rent for a house? compared to $2,000 for a studio in the city. It's like, yeah, it really makes you rethink where you want to live. But I guess it just depends where you're at too. But in this, we've only seen so far the people who are smearing shit. This is that system. And this really is a small system, and I can get deeper in on it later, but this is just like my theory on it, the way I see society. And I could be wrong. Could, because you never know everything unless you know everything, and I definitely don't know everything. But this is just from what I've viewed and from what I've seen and been through. And I hear everybody say, I want to be rich. I'm like, okay, but you already are rich. And they're like, no, I'm not, man. I work at McDonald's. And I'm like, okay. 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 And you're not rich. You're not rich. Fucking. You make $70,000 a year. You're like, I'm rich. Yeah, because you have no kids. You have no kids. But once you got a wife who's a stay-at-home mom and you got 4 kids to care for with school, education, health, and all the food and amenities to go with it, suddenly $70,000 ain't shit. Suddenly $120,000, you're barely getting it by. This is why it's scary when you got 2 people making $14,000 a year working at McDonald's, hoping one of the kids can take care of the other kids at home. Yeah, that's when it's scary. So, I tell people, like, no, you are not poor like at all. Whoever keeps telling you this is literally just scaring you. They get nothing out of it. It's like, well, they want me to work harder. It's like, yeah, you work harder, you're still in the same situation. It's like, but it gets them more money, right? That's why they want you to work harder. It's like, no, it really doesn't. It doesn't get them any more money, like at all. It does nothing. Like, think about this. I have $1 billion. I can get anything I want. No matter what happens to my money, kill all my facilities. I'm set for the next 200 years with all of my family. Like, that's guaranteed. Shut down. And we're like, yeah, but my boss tells me to work faster and work harder. Why? So that they can make more money? No, it doesn't make them more money. It makes the company more money. Oh, his boss? No, he's not the owner. Oh, so his boss? No, he's not the owner either. Why do they keep telling us to work harder and work longer and work faster? I'm confused. And shorter educations. I'm not understanding. It's like, okay. Well, if we put you in there and you're doing all this, we'll put you at the very top. You are now the owner. What do? Nothing. Literally. Nothing. So now, I would prefer there be more businesses out there so that we can prosper this. You'll never hear a rich guy going, unless they're just like, somebody got money, like, we gotta slow down people so they aren't successful. It's like, yeah, because you want village idiots running corporate businesses. That's exactly what they want. No, they don't want that. They don't want that at all. Trust me. Put yourself in their shoes. Well, over here in my country, you see, in high society, we drink the liqueur, and we eat the truffle. We eat it whole. There's black powder everywhere. And the peasants, they have no shoes. They have the loincloth. They live in a little dirt mound they build. It's like, that's where your poor people live. Like, yeah, it's like, you have solid gold toilets too? It's like, yes. It's like, I feel so bad for you. It's like, why? You are poor as can be. And you know, generally that's how a lot of people think. That's how society really works. And the thing is because that's how they think it works. It's the majority that's pushing society in that direction. And you're like, well, yeah, but that's how it is. In reality, no, that's not how it is at all. You have a small minority that's pushing it in another direction to where they go, hey, if I get extremely smart and extremely, successful and extremely wealthy, I literally do nothing on a daily basis. So what about the people below me? Well, they do nothing either. What about the people below them? They do nothing either. What about them? Well, those are the owners of your companies, or not the owners, but the managers and operators of your company. It's like, okay, well, what about them? Well, they don't do anything really. Well, what about those guys under them? Well, they work a little bit. It's like, okay, how far low can we go? Well, there's Jim. Who's Jim? Jim's the janitor. If you know, you know. Jim's the janitor. Where does he work? Oh, for Sears. Sears? Yeah. Headquarters. Sears. The actual Sears Towers. Oh, it must be pretty successful. Well, he makes a good chunk of money. Like a lot of money. It's interesting. Does he have a degree? Yeah, 4 years actually. But that's not actually what got him in there. Well, then what does he do at the Sears Towers? Oh, he's a janitor. So he scrubs toilets. It's like, yeah. It's like, huh. So in that society, let's just say that there's literally no homeless, no impoverished people. The lowest job that you could get, we'll just say, because I'm capping it here because it is a easier profession to get into, janitorial services. And if you're in it, you know you make money depending where you work. So if in this scenario you have the guy with a gold toilet going, hey, my poorest people live in dirt mounds that they built, and he looks at this guy's society and he's like, yeah, well, what do you do? Well, I do literally nothing. I'm an entrepreneur and a venture capitalist. It's like, oh, well, somebody's got to clean y'all shit up. And it's like, yeah, we do. And just in relation for today's money, it's like, we have janitors. Janitors? Yeah, we have janitors too. What else do you got? It's like, no. Our janitors live in $250,000 houses, have their own cars. They make a base salary of $70,000 a year. It's like they have a 4-year education. You know, they're falling from a university. It's like, so where's the poor people at? It's like, those are the poor people. They're very well educated, successful, and very well off. So you're telling me they got a poor person job? It's like, no, they got a job that will sustain their lifestyle, that they have to do literally minimum work. They only work 30 hours a week, and they spend the rest of it pursuing their dreams. It's like, why? It's like, to contribute to society, because we'd rather have 10 car manufacturers than the only one that y'all have that literally has no competition, that is lazy as can be and just keeps putting out the same thing every year. You know? If that's what you're happy with, you can keep turning the rotary while I play on my iPhone. And that's really what most of higher society, at least in the world today, really actually wants. We're like, no, they just don't want people to get above them. It's like, okay, put this into perspective. There is nothing you can do. I guess there is something you can do. But right now, with your current knowledge, where you sit at baseline, watching this video, tell me right now, there's a small exception to this. That's why I'm saying this. But for at least the majority, 90% of you out there, You cannot just walk out your door tomorrow and go, hey, $1 million. It's not happening. It's not. But you know what? Let's be good spirited here. Let's say $10 million drops in your lap tomorrow. Great. You're still broke. Nah, I'm richer than the class that you grew up with. Yeah. That's it. That's literally it. You're still broke. You're like, no, I'm not. It's like, okay. Take your ass to Costa Rica and you're like, I'm rich. And everyone's just like, yeah, he's rich. Cool. The people that live there are just like, yeah, we're rich too. We go out to bars every night and party and have fun and fish and literally live our life like a vacation and have fun. But you ain't got a lot of money. It's like, yeah, they do. They have a lot of money. You know? People are like, no, they don't. It's like, guys in Costa Rica, they fucking just pack on off, go to Honduras. They're just like, oh, I'm rich down here. You know? People in Honduras are like, yeah, okay, sure. Now they're like, we're rich too. You know, and you're looking like, y'all are broke. You know, right now, y'all are probably saying y'all's just like y'all are broke. And the thing is, like, no, they're not. They literally set up their retirements too. Some of them work to the day they die, just like we do. They have regular houses. Most places running water, electricity. Well, they have rolling blackouts. Everywhere has rolling blackouts. Even the U.S., we have them. Maybe your little area doesn't, because you live near a big city, but most places have them. The people in Honduras are like, yeah, no, we're rich. We're actually doing really good. Then you take them and you go to, like, Ghana, and you're like, oh, yeah, we're rich here. The people in Ghana are like, okay. They don't care. They're doing the exact same shit. If they got enough money to go to Brazil and live there, compared to their current circumstances, they would. To start a whole new life there, to make more money, because they would be rich, successful, wealthy, compared to the class they grew up with. That's literally it. And, you know, I'm only giving that version of it because it's easier for most people to understand and swallow, because when you flip the tables around, you'll just see literally every lane the same. And if you don't understand what I mean, it's like this. Most of the people watching this video make a median average income of $50,000 a year, more or less. And many of y'all will probably make it to $80,000 to $120,000 a year within the next 20 years. Now the thing is there are groups of people out there that literally just jumped out the door and immediately started making $250,000 a year. All their friends too, all their family. That's how they started, which is how it is. That's what they grew up with. So when their friend they meet only makes $70,000 a year, they're like, why don't you get a real job? They're like, I got a real job. You know? But they're like, it's gotta be rough, man. It's gotta be rough. $70,000 a year, it's gotta be rough. Really rough. You know? They're like, I'm barely making it. You know? You're like, fucking, you make $250,000 a year. You know? You think you can see the difference, but you really can't. Because if you go further up, people jump out the door and they're making $1 million a year. Never worked a day in their life. First day on the job. $1 million a year. There's other people, same thing, 10 mil. Still not a lot in comparison to people with wealth. Yes, majority of the globe does not have wealth, or real massive wealth like these people. You can tier it up again and say 100 mil. Well, the thing is you would say somebody with 10 million has a lot of money. I mean, that is, but it isn't a lot of money. You look at these people and you just go, hell, if I had $250,000 a year, I'd be set for life. No more worries, right? If I made $1 million a year, I'd be set for life. Yeah. If I made $10 million a year, I'd be set. It's going to be the same thing for you every time, no matter how high you go. If that was your deal for $250,000, if I told you like right now, hey, I'm going to pay you $250,000 a year for the rest of your life, don't ask for raises, almost everybody would jump on that. I'm like, yeah. It's like, because you don't see any other tier list above that the same. But if you make 60, the guy who makes 65,000, you're just like, yeah, I'm doing better than him. And that's only $5,000 difference compared to the $9 million difference. You know, you're hitting with 1 mil to 10 mil. It's a big difference. You know, but you don't see the interjections in between. So somebody who makes 30,000 compared to somebody who makes 41,000, who just barely broke the 40,000 little bitty tier thing, and now they can go buy themselves a brand new goddamn Nissan Maxima. You know, they're like, yeah, you can only afford a Civic. Yeah, because I'm rich. It's like, cool, my guy's got a Denali. It's like, who are you comparing yourself to? Oh, that guy's just a rich, spoiled guy. It's like, no, not really. Why? Because his parents made 30 and 40,000 a year compared to your parents that only made 20,000 a year. It's like, yeah, they grew up in two different, slightly different classes. And because they grew up in slightly different classes, they don't care about each other. It's only the two classes they grew up together. They want to see where they go. That's who they compare themselves with. That's their baseline. So people will do this thing where we're all just, hey man, this is how you do it. This is how we do it. You're watching this video right now. This is how you do it. I don't know how you fucking do it. I can tell you how I'm doing it. I can tell you how that guy's doing it. I can tell you how that lady over there is doing it. And you know what? Apparently it works. So why don't you do it? Or like, because I can make more money my way. It's like, then why are you listening to me? Why are you asking me? Like, that stuff gets me. People ask me for advice, and I'll tell them, like, oh, well, look, this is what I'm doing. I'm like, okay, I'm going to do that. And then they don't do it, and they're like, give me real advice. It's like, I gave you real advice. It's like, I need to save up for retirement. How much should I put away? Base, man, 5%. At the very, very, very minimum, 5% of your income. Yeah, but how much is that? It's like, do the math, man. I don't know how to do math. It's like, oh God. So, like, for me, I know a lot of people are like, well, I ain't got shit to show for all the work that I've done. It's like, say that to yourself. Say that to yourself every day. And after a while, you'll realize those people that are moving around doing a bunch of stuff, just like you, smearing shit everywhere. They realized that because they were still all working for that same little soap factory cleaning up. Where does all this shit come from? Where are all these problems coming from? Why are the prices so high? Why does my car break down so much? Why are the roads dirty? Why are my taxes so much? It's like, no one asks those questions. So as the shit moves around, they just keep cleaning it up and passing the dollars around. Like I said, the outside entities, they come in and they make shit even harder. It's crazy. It's almost laughable. That's the society you live in. That's everywhere. That's literally everywhere. I don't care if it's capitalism or if it's a dictatorship. That's literally it. And you go, those are the lazy people. It's like, no. That's society. It's literally most of society. It's just some are on a spectrum. Some are worse than the others. And, it's that thing that you can kind of laugh at, and I tell people, I'm like, okay, so you got, again, broke, nothing, zero to your account, plus debt, whatever debt can go on forever, so we'll just say debt. I don't care how far your debt goes, because somebody eventually realized, like, yeah, that shit goes on forever. You owe us for the rest of the next 2 millennia. So they're just like, no. We're going to cap this shit after 30 days. It don't work out. We're going to file for a 60-day injunction after that. Sell it off to some people who want to buy the debt. If not, write it off. Let the guy file for bankruptcy 7 years down the road. Wipe that shit clean. Let's start this shit over again. And that's what they do. It literally just starts over. So that's broke. And then you got what apparently is rich, but no one knows where that line's at. So if you're rich, you're not poor. So rich goes from here to wherever the money printer stops printing, but it doesn't matter because they'll just type it in because they can't print enough. It's just too much moving around at one time. It's just easier to use a computer. So the money goes on forever and ever and ever. So at what point are you rich? Because the person with $1 is rich compared to somebody who lives in Ghana. You're rich. But you are very, very poor compared to somebody who lives in Mexico. Not somebody in Mexico. Because then somebody's going to say, what about homeless people? Like, shut up. The average middle class citizen that lives in Mexico. Yeah, you only make $1. You only have $1 on you. That's all you have. You're broke. You're poor. Like $1 to your name. That's it. You're poor. So you see now. You see the relation. So now, at what point are you technically rich? So you draw that line. We go $1 million. It's like, okay, well, if you go over here, $100, you're actually rich. If you compare. Well, I want to live here and be rich. Okay, well, this is how much you need to what you deem is rich. Do you need to have a cell phone to be rich? Yeah. Okay. What kind of cell phone? Well, it's got to cost this much. What if I got you the latest iPhone for free? Now it's free, so does that mean you're rich? But it is a flagship, so does that mean you're rich? Do you just want to look rich or do you want to be rich? Well, you want to be rich, so now you got to pay for it. No. I want the most useless phone I can find for the highest price. Here's a solid gold brick with a Nokia glued onto it. It's like, okay, you gotta find a middle ground. So you gotta find your point to what you would consider rich. And if you're like, hey man, making $50,000 a year, living I don't know, some middle class urban town in Texas, $50,000 a year, do you great. Also, it depends on how many kids you got. If you have no kids, 50,000, you're doing pretty okay. You and your girl together, y'all are doing great. Y'all have a kid, y'all are still good. Y'all have 2 kids, y'all are making it. And you have 3 kids, it's a little rough, but you can get by. 4 kids, now you're in a bind. Yeah, that's scary. But they drew their line for rich and made it. And then they drew it all the way back. They depleted themselves. So a household income of $100,000 a year, you'd be like, yeah, me and my girl, we're doing great. You throw a kid into the mix and it's like suddenly, oh shit, never mind. Let me change that. Because now your 100,000 turns into 50,000 because somebody has to stay at home. So now you went from 100,000 caring for 2 individuals to 50,000 caring for 3 individuals. But for the example, you see that relation of where you can only draw the line for yourself. So generally people want to compare themselves to the class they were born in. And this is where you have those few people you meet, or you might see it on TV as a parody, where like, man, that guy's got 3 Bentleys. I only got 1. It's like, dude, I have a bicycle. It's like, yeah, I got 2 of those too. I don't care. It's like, wish I had 2 bicycles. And you just see 2 foreign cars drive up, and it's like, bicycle. Some weird Chinese brand of foreign luxury car, bicycle. You're like, that's not what I meant, but okay. But that's the thing, it's like, if you compare yourself to another class higher than you don't really see what's there. You're only assuming. You don't go into life assuming, and people do, but I mean, you don't go, maybe I should go to college, then get a part-time job, then I should try to see if I can get my GED, then I'll start a business, then I'll quit, then I'll go find a job with that degree I got, then maybe I should shoot and finish up what I was doing for college. You just be like, bro, what the fuck are you doing with your life? And it's like, no. You got a little bit of a planned path. But if you can set that boundary for rich, what you would deem as rich, that's it. Like, that's literally it. You've turned a key and opened a door, and the door disappears after that. There's no shutting it. There's no opening it again. It's just there. Once it's there, it's there. You've entered a new way. A new way of thinking. We're like, what does that mean? It's like, okay. You make $10 an hour. You're late for work. You're late on your bills. And you ask to borrow $100 roughly every month. You get a raise, $12. You're still late to work. You're late on your bills. And you ask for $100 every month. You get bumped up to $15 an hour. You're always late for work. More often now. You're in a little bit of debt. You're late on your bill still. And you're asking for still $100. $20 an hour. You called in a few times. Still late for work. You're paying your bills late. You missed a few credit card payments. and you're still in debt. You now have a car that you can't really afford, but you're finding a way to do it because you assume you can get a side hustle. And you're just asking mom to please auto pay you at least 100 to 150 every month. See the problem? The thing is, the more you make, the more people rapidly put themselves in debt because they assume, oh, I can afford it. I'm making more now. Didn't even work the numbers. Didn't give them no room for errors. Nothing. No emergencies, anything. And because they overshot, they progressively get worse the more they make. Some people who have some control, they generally just stay in the same cycle of just late payments and borrowing the same amount of money, pay it back on their tax return, and those people, because they never set that limit, as they grow, their view of what they see as rich grows because they assume this is the same class that they're with. Well, if I made it to 100,000 now, that means my friend might have made it to 100,000. So if I am technically rich, that means he's rich too, which means we're both middle class now. Gotta keep going. You see the issue now? That's where you have the friends you grew up with, if you have those friends that are making 300,000 a year now, and you're looking at them like, bro, I'm only making like 30,000 a year working for Popeyes. And like, what? Really? This is part-time, right? It's in between jobs. They're gonna look at you like you're crazy. They're gonna assume that everybody's like that. That everybody just grows and goes and gets more money, and that's the thing. It's not like that. So people only compare themselves to the class they're in. So that guy who's making 300,000, if he looks around and he's like, "Hey, you lost your job," he's gonna assume you lost your job and got stuck there. He's gonna assume you went to college just like he did, went through an internship just like he did, pushed through a startup just like he did, transferred and competed at 3-4 different companies just like he did until he got a good position, and then climbed and fought and moved up 3 tiers in his little corporate ladder, if you want to call it that, for a small business up the road that he's working at as a professional for whatever degree he has. He's assuming because he did all that, you did all that too in the time that passed. So when y'all meet up, you're like, "Hey, how's it going?" Like, "Oh man, is that a rental? What happened?" You're just, all he's gonna keep hearing is the same thing he hears from everybody else, because he assumes that's how people do things. Is, "Oh my god, you're so successful, you're doing so great, man, that's good, bro." I'm like, why does everybody treat me like I'm stupid? It's like, "You got a nice car, a great suit, you going out somewhere?" It's like, no, I'm just going grocery shopping. "It's such a nice car, man. Is this a BMW?" It's like, yes it is. It's like, "Oh man," it's like, oh, I guess you're borrowing your kid's car, huh?" It's like, no, that's my daily driver." It's like, rental? It's like, no. "Oh, I guess you're looking for a new car right now." "No, that's my daily driver." That guy's gonna look at you like, "Oh shit, well, if he's doing bad, then that means I'm not doing bad. If I'm not doing bad, I don't gotta worry too much because I'm not at the bottom, I'm in between. Still trying to become richer, but as long as I stay on par with my peers that I grew up with, that I still am currently involved with, which generally, people who grew up together that stay together, generally go the same way together. Dead, prison, grocery store, extreme debt, jail, corporate, entrepreneurs, military, cops, doctors, you name it. You know what I mean. Strippers. That's how it is. And you're like, "But they're not strippers forever." It's like, yeah, they get out. And then they show their friends how to get out. A lot of them become successful, so hey. But yeah, so if you have that growing class there, you're like, okay, so now we have a baseline for rich. Both lines are going to compare themselves to their class. But this is within this class, you'll have rich and poor. You hear that argument, the middle class is shrinking, the middle class is shrinking. There is no middle class. Here's the thing. Like I was saying earlier, why do they want you to work harder and faster and more? It's because it occupies your time. If you've been able to follow this, you're amazing. If they can keep you wasting your time to promote yourself, to get better or faster, if they have an ideology, if a thing they want to accomplish and complete, they're like, hey, I want to build a fast car. How much money do you have, sir? That I'm not going to talk about. But if we want to say a statement in which I assume you were trying to accurately convey, you're asking, what is my budget for 500? It's like, I have 480 mil liquid, and then it's like I have 2 billion assets for collateral. They'd be like, okay, where do you want to start, and where should we talk? You know, just for quick gimmicks and shit. They get all their money sorted out, safety zones, floating budget, red zones, bottom line, plans of completion so far, their step ladder, their bridgeway, their path of enlightenment to the end of the circle. Exit strategy. Sell a company. In the company. I don't know. This person will go in, knows absolutely nothing about cars. If, let's just go from the idiot's perspective. And look, if an idiot can do this, you can do it too. It's just every path has a way, and everybody wants to take that path. So this is why you don't see everybody creating their own Ferrari. It's an elected service that has been put out there, and people go, hey, I want to build a car. And you're like, nobody says that. Yes, they do. A lot. All the time. A lot of the time. They do. A lot. Like a lot. Like a lot. They're like, well, I've never seen it. It's like, people who smoke pot say everybody smokes pot. But you want to know what's the crazy thing? Not everybody smokes pot. Just the people around them do. So they assume that everybody smokes pot. People who have cars built have other people around them that have cars built. And they do it all the time. People who ride horses have saddles. And they buy saddles all the time. That doesn't mean people don't buy saddles. So, but you have these people wanting to get these cars built. So they go to a manufacturer, a designer. They can go to somebody who's already named out there, or start their own brand, or just go to a private engineer. And you're like, what do you mean? I go, look, there's cars out there that have been built that no one has ever seen. You're like, what do you mean? Like some rat rod inside of a car, or instead of a car garage? It's like, yes, but no. It's like, think of a fastback that's been fully modded out. It's been modernized, just given a flat paint detail. It's like, okay, cool. No chrome, nothing flashy. Just nice and flat, dark tint. You're like, okay, that's cool. It's like, yeah, people have those made. It's like, yeah, they do. They have them customized and made. And you have people that go to Ferrari. You're like, oh, okay. Yeah, okay, I see now. Okay. Then we'll say you have super sport bikes. Better yet, Harleys. Harleys, just because that's more common. Harleys. A Harley motorcycle can be bought as is, or you can pay a good lump sum of extra money to have them specifically make one the way you want it off of one of their already, attending models. Now, here's the thing. Say you want an older model they already had, or you want something a little bit more custom. You have these shops that will make them for you. You're like, oh yeah, I've seen them shops. It's like, you don't think they exist for cars? Yeah, because Orange County Chopper. Yeah, they're just like, let me contact Harley so I can get my frame to start. They're like, no, we're going to build that frame. And let me call them for the tank. No, they're going to make that tank. And they're like, yeah, so about the top end for that motor we're building. It's like, yeah, I called this company because they make the best top ends. What about the transmission? Oh, I called this company because they make the best transmissions. It's the same thing with cars. People do this with cars. I know this might be shocking to some people for some reason. But yes, people make custom cars all the time. Just, hey, I need a car. What kind of frame do you want? What kind of chassis do you want? What kind of suspension are you looking for? Brake system. Well, because it's so commonly done, they're not going to go, well, what kind of brakes exist? Do they got brakes that stop cars really fast? It's like, yes. You got any recommendations? Brembo. Did you call me a bimbo? No, Brembo. So, if you know, you know. People have custom cars made all the time. That's just how it is. It's just easier, faster. If you can just walk into a dealership and go, hey, look, man, look, I want that Mustang right there. I want this put on it. When can I have it ready? It's like, come do the paperwork. We can be done in 4 hours, and you can actually come pick it up in 2 days. Would you like it dropped off to your place? Like, yeah, actually, I would. It's like, okay. And they do it that way. That's literally how they do it. They just get it done. Or if they want something like super hardcore specific, they'll contact the dealer and they'll contact the manufacturer, get everything laid in for them, and like, hey, how long is it going to be? Hey, give us 2 weeks and we'll have it shipped out to you. 7 more days tops to have it shipped and put everything all put in for you, paperwork and all. Just drive it away, drive it home, have dropped at your doorstep. No, have it expedited, get it done in 10 days. And people were like, oh, that's cool. What about a custom-made car? Custom-made car might take you a month. I mean, unless you know exactly what you want. But there's some people who don't, so here's what they do. They got a lot of money. Like I said, that guy says, hey, I want a car made. Just a random old Joe. I can't say old Joe. Just a regular guy who's got a lot of money at this point, compared to most. And goes, hey, I want to make a car. Like, okay. What do you want? Well, I want a fast car. You want it to be electric? You want it to be gas? It's like, what's the difference? Like, I might look at you like, for real? It's like, yeah, what's the difference? Well, one does this and one does that. What difference does that make? Well, one you plug up, well, no, I don't want to have to plug it up. Why is that? Because then I got to do more work. And what if I forget to unplug it? Said it takes an hour to plug it in. That's too long. I might forget. Okay, then you should go with gas. Okay. But it's loud? Because you said there's explosions in it, right? Yeah, no, I don't want it to be loud. I can't deal with it being loud. Oh, you can make it quiet. Okay, well then how do we make it quiet? Oh, muffler to muffler. Why do you need a muffler? What does a muffler do? For the exhaust. What does the exhaust do? Okay. You have people advising you on this instruction. You can get people that you can consult. There's consultants, consultant agencies, you know, for you doing this build. They can help you. Now you've hired consultants. You've hired contractors who are now hiring you engineers and other third-party contractors. So, you know, you can contract them in to make other parts for you. And you're going to these people to have designs drafted, and they're making everything you want to your design. They're giving you updates, managing, building, and as far as I know, they're building you one car. I mean, you can take that design and go over to another company and be like, hey man, I'll let you make 10 of these. It's like, you'll let me make 10. It's like, no. How about you go half and half on an investment with us, and we'll produce 10 because it looks really freaking nice, and we'll cut the profits 40-60. Sounds good. You know, you're only gonna get 40 because they're really pushing them. They're the ones getting the sales, so why not? Let them do the work of selling it for 10%. Not too bad. It's guaranteed profit if they can push them. I mean, that's your expense. You're not having 10 cars made, they go in half, you get half, and then you get 5 cars, and it's like, hey, figure out how you're gonna sell them. It's like, sell for 500,000 a piece. My profit is 100,000 on each one. Just, you know, per se. I know the numbers are way off from what I was saying earlier. 100,000 profit on each one. You know that you would have lost would have been 500,000. You know, but if you can only manage to sell one, well, you're screwed. You're just sitting on them. That's capital. That you're screwed on. Then you got to contact people to try to get them sold. Now you're stuck in that same position. You keep a good system going with this person you already got here. Like, hey man, 10 cars? Yeah, you can get all 10 sold? Yeah, okay, cool. This is his profession. You know, everybody gets a profession so they can do something. So now, you take this guy who's done this, he's had his car built, and you're like, yeah, but he had money. It's like, yeah, he had money. But do you see what he did? It's like, yeah, he spent money and got a car built. It's like, yeah. That's all you got from that story? It's like, yeah. Because that's what everybody gets. If you got money, you can get shit done, right? And you're like, yeah, but you still haven't told us how to get money. It's like, I wasn't telling you how to get money. I was telling you a way of thinking. Did this guy pull up in his new car and go, hey guys, I bought a car? Or did he go, hey guys, my name is Elon Musk, I just had a car built? Or did he say, hey guys, I just built my own car? He said, I just built my own car. That's what you hear, and you're like, man, how did this guy sit down and build this car? He didn't physically build it, but it's literally like you going to the ice cream shop and saying, hey, look, put this here, put this here, put this here, put that there, put this here, put this here, put that there. I want this with this and that. Does that have this flavor? Yeah. And you make it, and your friend goes, what is that? Oh, I made this. This is my so-and-so creation. Did you physically make it? No, but it was your idea. You know, you had it made. And that's the thing. You wouldn't know all the knowledge to design an exhaust system. You wouldn't know all the knowledge to even learn how to mine iron to produce iron to build an exhaust pipe for an exhaust system. you wouldn't even have the knowledge to build the equipment to mine the iron, or to even break down that iron, or and so on and so forth. You see what I'm saying? So you're having to run through supply chains and chains of people. And basically what this is saying is, if you want something or want it done, generally there's enough people out there now that someone can cater to you. Alright? And you're like, yeah, but I don't have money. There's ways to be catered to without money. That's why the whole thing is like, it's not the money issue, it's the mentality of, you see everybody spending money, smearing their shit around, so you're smearing yours too, because that's the way to do it, right? No. No, you can smear your shit in a path to where it completely wipes your floor and just slings it on everyone else. You can also do it to where you wipe it and it literally touches no one, and you still got a clean floor. And you have a few to where they don't even produce shit, they're just good at what they do. And you have that person on the floor just shitting. Just shitting. So you want to see the concept of the story is, you can't do big things by yourself. At the very minimum, anybody and everybody can move. Move, like physically move. How much would you pay somebody just to move? Nothing. You won't pay them nothing. It's not worth anything. And you're like, okay. So how much would you pay them if they could sew, but not so good? They just know how to really only tie a thread onto a needle. How much would you pay them? And it's like, I can have them walk around a shop and just thread needles all day. It's like, yeah, you could. How much did you pay them? It's like, probably half of minimum wage. And so it's like, okay, well, that's not a lot. What about somebody who knows how to thread needles, restock machines, recalibrate machines, and repair machines? It's like, ooh. So a technician, huh? It's like, oh yeah, I'd actually pay them a lot. How much experience do they got? 3 months? 3 months full time? Yeah, let's hire them. They've got plenty of experience. They'll learn more on the job. How much will you pay them? I'll pay them this much as probationary, and then they'll go from there. It's like, oh, okay. Now they're making a lot more money. You got guys coming in? Hey, just got out of school for this. It's an art. Can I see some of your previous work? Yes, because yes, while in school, a lot of times you'll build a portfolio. It's like, okay, great. Not only do they know you're educated now, but they also see some of your work for proven example. That's why people go, anybody can show a piece of paper. You're right, anybody can. And somebody with a piece of paper can go, hey, here's my piece of paper with my portfolio. And then the people who don't have the piece of paper go, hey, what's up? You have a piece of paper? It's like, no, I don't. It's like, then how do you expect to get a job? It's like, here's my portfolio. And it's like, ooh. Just to make sure you're legit, just like I would do the guy with a piece of paper, let me call a reference. Hi, how's it going? Yeah, that's good work. Yeah, okay, great. Yeah, don't mind. Yeah, it's good. You're hired. So you're like, hey man, how do I get the portfolio? How do I get the portfolio? Well, you can either start working, apprentice. If you apprentice in school, that's a lot higher. It generally works you into a job that's really high paying. So a lot of times you end up working for free for a while, working a shitty job on the side. Whereas if you immediately go to work and don't go to college, you can apprentice, such as like a welder's apprentice, which you learn on the job, so they expect you to know literally nothing. You might take a short class, but you'll generally be walked through as a helper. You'll be an apprentice, or a helper's apprentice at that. You know, if we're like, that's really low, it's like you have no education. It's literally no effort. You just go in. You just go. You're not making a lot of money. Then 2 years down the road, you know, you finally get to start welding on your own. And you're like, yeah, man, this is great. I'm a stick welder. I'm welding on my own. I got my own jobs. I got my own helper. You know, I got a partner here with his own helper. You know, and I'm making a whole $22 an hour. That's not bad. Started out at 15. 2 years, $22 an hour. It's not bad. What really fucking sucks is you got this guy named Kyle who literally just fucking fell out of school. Did 9 months. Knows how to stick weld, flux core, TIG, and MIG. So it's like, shit, I got competition. It's like, yeah. And he's getting paid $25 an hour right out the door. We'll get a $2 increase after 30 days on the job. It's like, why is he getting paid so much? It's like, because he's certified. And he's a combination welder. It's like, oh shit. It's like, yep. So how does the paper get him more? It's not the paper. The paper didn't get him more. The paper just says, hey, this is a guarantee of what I know. So I deserve this base because I have this base amount of knowledge and I have proof that I have this base amount of knowledge. So how much would you pay an experienced welder? The very minimum of this. Well, that's what basically that paper says. It's like, hey, this is proof. If I have no references, this is my proof. Do you recognize this paper? Yes. Okay. That's all it is. I'll call the person, make sure the paper is legit. Hey, yeah, well, yeah, it's legit. Okay, cool. You're hired. The reference is just for help with past work, your portfolio. So this guy, who did 9 months in school, has plenty of reference work with a good reference. The teacher for the school. Their professor. Their instructor. So now, you've got that person. They're setting up. You know, they know what they're doing. They have a system. These are systems that have been made. You can follow. You go in there, you work, you do 9 months. You know, this is just an example. I know everybody doesn't have this opportunity around the world. But you go, you learn for 9 months. And you get out, and you're shitting on this other guy. And the other guy's like, hey, that's not fair. It's like, you know, it isn't fair, but did he do more and sacrifice more? No, man, I sacrificed 2 years. No, you didn't. You sacrificed literally nothing. You just went straight into getting bank. Right out the door. Just boom, right in there. So you, at the very minimum, have a year's worth of accumulation. You know, this guy, he had to sign up for school and wait for a seat. So he's waiting. He's either working a shitty job. There's no need in becoming a welder's helper because he's waiting. 3 months later, he gets into school, does class for 9 months. A year later, he pops out. You've been working at this place for a year. You're making, let's say you started at 15, like I said before, and you got bumped up to 19. But he popped out the door and started off at 25, and in 1 month, he's about to go straight to 27. You're just like, this isn't fair. It's like he sacrificed 9 months. It's like, it's only 9 months. It's like, it's only 9 months? 9 months that you will never, ever, ever get back. And it's 9 months to where they said, hey, man, look, bro, you're going to make exceptionally more money. I think you're a liar. Call any of our past students. Here's the book. And ask them what they're making. Actually, ask them where they're working. Maybe you can get a job there. Better yet, we'll call for you and get you a job. This is the base. You'll be like, oh, really? And it's like, yes. You know? And that's the fact of the matter, that people don't understand that. It's like, look, man, you're gonna jump into this place for 9 months, you know. And I understand other people are in other situations, such as, hey, I have kids, I have this, but this is strictly for people who don't have kids, who are just getting out of high school, and these are their options if they're coming out of high school. Again, this is for the scenario. Even if they're getting out of middle school and they're just getting a GED or whatever, your minimum educationary standard for wherever you're at. If you go straight into apprenticing, cool. Do realize that knowledge is valuable. You're gaining the knowledge, not the connections. You need both in life. Definitely need both. So the knowledge on one hand basically gives you this jump forward in the field, lets you learn more, learn longer, it's more saturated in you, you become a more valuable worker because you learn through experience, through your own understanding, which people are like, that's valuable within itself. It is, but only to you. Like, yeah, but if I can do the same quality work, you can, but you can't. So you might do better, you might do worse, because it's kind of like, I don't want to say programming, but we can say cooking, just so it's more understandable to most people. So if you don't know how to cook, you don't know how to cook. You don't cook, period. You try to cook, you fuck shit up bad. You burn the water and set the faucet on fire. Simple as that. So you have guys that try to teach themselves how to cook, and every now and then you get them guys that make some really bomb ass food, and you're just like, man, this is some really good food. You should open up a restaurant, and they do, and they become successful. That's the outlier. It's rare. It happens. It's common. I think we got billions of people on the planet. 1 in a million is going to be very frequent. So you'll take these other guys that don't know how to cook, that want to try to cook, and they learn, and their food's alright. It's good. They can go to restaurants and cook, maybe try to open up their own. A lot of times it won't work out. They're better off just working for other people. They'll try these dishes and be like, man, this is really good, and I'm a really good cook. 20 years down the road, they're like, man, I'm a really good cook. I'm working here for 20 years. It's like, you're not really that good of a cook. Then you've got them other guys, remember, that started their own restaurant? I'm a good cook, I got my own restaurant. It's like, no, you're a successful entrepreneur, you're not a good cook. You might be a good cook, but you're not a great cook. Then you go to a two-star Michelin restaurant, and you're like, yeah, I'm just throwing sugar in a pan where I work. And that's the guy that owns the restaurant. He's like, maybe I'm not a pro. It's like, yeah. And then you look at how that guy became a pro. It's like, because he was given an abundance of mistakes that he was told that he can avoid. Boom. He was told a bunch of successful dishes that he could create. Was shown how to make combinations. Was shown how to collaborate. Was shown how to expand. Was given every trick of the trade to that school's knowledge to him. And they charged him a flat fee. And with, at a bare minimum, 200 years worth of culinary knowledge packed into a course for you, of all its uptakes and downfalls, all put into a nice little package for you to learn for a flat fee. And then you get a certificate saying that you know that knowledge. Or this guy over here has been cooking for 20 years. They say he's a pro, but you've been in the field for 20 years and you're a monster. You're a monster of a chef. And this guy is going like, hey, why do I only make $120,000 a year with my own restaurant, but you only work 20 hours a week at this place, and you're making over $400,000 a year. That's not fair. It's like, yes, it is fair. Look at what he did. He took a path. He took a heavy path. And that's what he did. And it's the same thing with that welder. It works. You can do the job. But if you also have the paper, you have the connection, because it basically shows like, hey, this guy did learn from his own experience, but he also, we showed him where the mess up was, and then we told him to try it, and then when he tried it, he understood it. So where you got this other guy who does really good welds, you don't know if he's ever made a mistake before, or what mistakes he has made, to know if he's ever learned, you know, all the uptakes. Because you never know. You're like, guy with a certificate, guy without a certificate. Which one has experience? You have experience? Okay, I might take him. It's roll the dice at that point, really. You know, if only one has experience and no certificate, and the other one has a certificate with no experience. Or, you know what I mean? So if you got two guys with experience, but one has a degree or a certificate, really, you're going to take the guy with a certificate. It's more credible. If he people are like, what if he messes up? It's like, okay, well, if he messed up, it'd kind of be like saying like, hey man, let's go buy a new car compared to a used car. They both drive, they both move, but one's got a piece of paper saying, hey, look, it's been inspected and certified, I guarantee you that this runs. And y'all go drive, and 1,000 miles up the road, the used car breaks down. And you're like, oh, this shit sucks. It's like, yeah. The guy who went to the dealer and paid a little bit extra, he got a little piece of paper that basically said, hey, shit fucks up. We got you. When you're ready to sell this car, you'll get a lot more for what it's worth, because we got you. You know? Don't want to know more, just really want to get rid of it. We really don't want it either. Well, let's trade it in. You know, you're like, well, that's shitty. The trade-in price is terrible. It's like, yeah, but then you can go put it on the street. Which is what a lot of people do, but it starts a really bad cycle. So if you take that expansion of wealth, I know I've drawn out really long with this now. And you're like, okay, well, those are those people with wealth. It's like, again, what is your definition of wealth? Where do you draw the line? And I'll say it like this. Okay, while everyone's running around making a mess, this guy's slinging shit like you're slinging shit, because he's slinging shit like that guy's slinging shit. Nice little triangle. Y'all will get nowhere. The guy who originally walked in and said, hey, y'all are all slinging shit, you need to turn around and look at him and go, hey, you. Yeah. What do you do while we sling shit? And he's like, oh. So how much do you know about the shit problem? Well, I know that some people produce it. Do you know if you produce it? Yeah. Do you cut down your production? Yeah. Why? Because as long as I can keep my shit contained, I really only gotta like brush off what falls into the edges of my area. Generally live a pretty modest life. I get to not only rake in the money, but I don't even gotta spit none out for my little area, because I don't gotta buy the sponge or the soap or the towel, because it's clean. I just from time to time call on one of these third-party guys and have them clean everything. It's like, huh, it's pretty smart. So you've been thinking. Anything else? It's like, how do I get to where you're at? It's like, okay. If you're willing to follow and let me drag you through, I'll bring you up here. But the second you resist, my hand will drop you. And one, that person was hard pressed to change his life, to really open up his eyes, to look around, to find the right spot to look at the right time. And he found the right person. And when he did that, and this is more often than not, just gotta talk to people, guys. Meet that person. They're not gonna help you for free. Nobody wants to help nobody for free. It's annoying. You know how many people come and ask me all the time, hey man, how do I? You know how many times I've repeated that answer? If you don't know, I didn't know, and I found out. It's like, how did you find out? One of two ways. I either asked somebody, or I went and learned. I studied and searched for it and hunted for it without asking other people, and found it just like the last guy did, or the first guy did, the very first guy, like who found out. So if someone in that position looks and sees somebody asking questions, generally they'll be more willing to help out, because it's like, hey, I know it's not going to be a waste of my time. You know, I'm willing to mentor you, I'm willing to talk to you. You know, I'm willing to pick you up and get you out of the situation. So it's like, this is what you're shooting for? You kind of have an idea on the concept of how things should work. It's not that you're saying, hey, let's follow our system. It's like, hey, you're understanding that the system that you're in doesn't work. Not only do you want to try known working systems, but you want to try to look for new systems that could fail or work. Which, yeah, that's kind of the whole purpose. You trial and error till things get better. Otherwise, we'd still have rags for tampons and me using small children for mops. Like, no. What do we have now? We have robots going across the floor cleaning everything for us. Tampons? That doesn't exist because this person doesn't have their period no more. They just don't. Yeah. Figure that one out. It's like the thing is always going to be self-improvement. So if you're not looking for that, you won't get there. So there's people who decide to look, express, and innovate. They generally get recognized. What, you think they just hand out money to random people? No, they go, first things first. It's for the idiots who are learning. What's an idiot? Okay, well, first off, we got to take the process of ignorance. Doesn't know, but makes the mistake. This person knows he's making a mistake, but doesn't know why. But he keeps doing it because he doesn't know anything else. You, sir, are an idiot. So what you're doing is stupid. It's the thing. They're not collectively learning to get out of the system. It's like saying, like, hey, take this brick, drop it, it's going to land on your foot. It's like, okay, I'm going to act like I didn't hear that. They drop it, and they just slam on their foot. It's like, are you ignorant or something? It's like, you ain't never dropped nothing on your foot? It's like, no, I haven't. It's like, oh, okay. Well, don't do it again, man. Don't be stupid. And then they drop it again, and it's like, what the fuck? Why'd you drop it again, man? He's like, well, I really only have one option here. And it's to hold it as long as I can till I drop it. And it's like, you're right. You're so right. So what are you going to do? I guess I'll just wait till it drops again. Keeps doing it. It's the only option. He's like, I want to stop, but I can't stop. Keeps doing it. Over and over and over and over. Till the foot's gone. Then gotta be able to balance, so you gotta move the other foot in the way and smash the other foot. You know? So generally that's the common person. And what will happen is every now and then you'll get a person who's like, man, this brick. They'll turn it, they'll drop it, and it'll still fall on them. Turn it the other way, they'll drop it, it'll still turn on them, so they'll rotate it, still turn on them, they'll rotate it again, and they'll shift it. They'll drop it. You know? They'll swing this side over and then shift it back towards them again and drop it, still lands on their foot. Man, I cannot figure this out. So every time the brick resets and they just keep trying these different patterns, it's like I slide it, pick it up, twist it, drop it again, lands in the same spot, drop it. And I'm like, ah, damn. They're trying everything. But when somebody picks up and they notice, like, hey, this person's trying really hard, generally someone who gets a scholarship, generally somebody who moves up in a company or really knows what they're talking about and can convince a lender to give them money to start a company or a business. Somebody's trying that hard, putting themselves out there, and they get recognized or they find the right person, that person will be out there watching, looking. And if they see you come to do something similar than them, and this guy's over here turning his brick, and you're like, man, I'm gonna go see how he's turning his brick. He's always got his brick, but he never has smashed feet. And it almost looks like he's never really holding a brick like me. It's crazy. Just going about doing whatever he wants on a daily basis. You know? So you go ask him out of curiosity, because you've tried everything, because you somehow stumbled upon the concept of trying something different. Boop, 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 boop. Hey man, I've been trying to turn my brick and everything, and it always drops on my foot, and I don't know how to get it to stop dropping on my foot. It's like, what have you tried? This, and that. Sounds good. If I could free you up from that brick, what would you do with your spare time? Oh, I'd help other people. Stop them from holding their bricks. And then what would you do? I don't know. Well, that's something you should think about. But let's get started. So, that's the thing. That person's going to tell you, like, hey, take your brick. Pick the brick up. Okay, yeah. Hey, you see this position here? Yeah. I don't care how you turn your brick. I don't care how you twist it. I don't care how you rotate it or spin it. Yes, those are all different. You know? You can orient it in a different manner, but no matter how you put it, on this plane, at this level of this tier, on your X and Y axis, going X1 or X2 or XY, depending on how you put it, on this cross plane to this cross plane. 1 and 2. From this tier, from this cross plane to this cross plane. In this area, right here. Straight up, all the way down. See it? Don't have the brick anywhere in that area. Why? Just don't have the brick in that area. Why? Did you want me to help you, or did you want to figure it out on your own? That's the problem people make. They want to figure it out on their own after being told one piece of advice. It's like, stop. It's like, okay, so you gotta ask questions. Okay, well, I don't have the brick in this area. Now what? If you feel you're gonna drop it, move it to another position. Oh, it's weird. I can hold it longer. Like, yeah. After a while doing this, he realized, like, hey, I can rotate it in a different position, and it actually helps. Yeah, and then what? Well, I mean, I still drop it, but it doesn't drop on my foot no more. Now I have to pick it up. It's like, it's a good idea, but you're still dropping it. Like, yeah. So, after a while, you're like, hey man, I thought of this idea. I'm tired of bending over to pick up my rock. So I built this table so when I drop it, it drops right here. But now it doesn't even matter if that I put it in that area. Because now I can drop it anywhere and I'll drop right here if it's in my area. It doesn't drop on my feet or nothing, just drop it. I can leave it there. But I gotta come back to it and pick it up. It's like, huh, that's smart. It's like, well, how do you do your brick? It's like, oh, I just have somebody else hold it. It's like, what? It's like, yeah. I tell one guy, hey, for $10 or for $30, I'll hold your brick. and he gives me his brick for $30. And I take my brick and this other guy's brick, and I give it to this guy for $20. And I make $10. Yeah. So I get to pay a brick holder for not holding any bricks. So that's why I live just like you, but I don't ever have to hold my brick. Huh. It's like, yeah, what about that other guy that you're really overcharging? It's like, you don't care. You never ask. There's always a customer somewhere. It's like, so y'all have both found an alternative for holding the bricks, which everybody else is doing. So now y'all collaborate. You know, I've been thinking. So your brick isn't exactly where you want it, but it's being held, correct? It's like, yeah. It's like, but wait. Your brick's being held exactly where you want it, but you're still having to pay. It's like, yeah, it's like, I wish I had somebody with free time and money who could help me devise something to where we can charge people to hold their rock. But I don't have the free time or the money. That's when the other guy across the table goes, hey, you know what? I really wish I didn't have to pay people. I really wish people would just pay me to hold their rocks. And I didn't actually have to hold them. Like, on your table. Like, well, let's create a product together. Well, I know how to create these tables. Yeah, and I know the perfect height where people want their rocks. It's like, oh, yeah, let's work together. It's like, so where you become a manufacturer, that guy becomes a marketer. And he's probably also an engineer. You know, just for this scenario. And now they are both capitalizing on their current environment because they thought outside the box. Neither one of them started with any capital. You're like, well, what about the guy who built the first table? It's like, hey, can I borrow $10 that I'll pay you back? Yeah, sure. Borrow, buy the table, build it. Done. Tables are too expensive. Cool, can you get a piece of cardboard? It's still too expensive. You're broke. Okay. Loan company, here's my idea. Do you have a piece of the product? No, I can draw it out for you, and then you tell me from there. Get about 1,000 no's before you get a yes. You have no product, so I'm just saying. But you'll get a yes. Same deal. Literally the same deal. Now these people are coming by saying, hey, you know, your company charges $10 to hold bricks. Yeah. But my company does that too. But at the same time, their company has 10 workers holding bricks for them, so they're mad. You know, they're like, But at the same time, they also got all the big customers for $30. You know? So, you sit back and you're like, huh. As a matter of fact, not only do I not have to pay 10 employees, I also have 10 tables. What should we do here? It's like, let's build 20 tables. Build 20 tables. And you go to those same high-end clients. And you tell them, hey, I now have an extra 10 tables that cater towards a premium care. We hold your rocks right at eye elevation. Perfect for you to pick up. Easy access. It's like it just sinks down right to where you want to hold it every time. And then you have the less optimal tables that are right there. Right where you need to buy them. Right where you pick them up. No real sink down. Generally the same product with a little bit more of a touch for those premium clients. So now that it seems like you have a higher tier product compared to the competitor that only has one product, you're offering the same product but with a little bit more attitude. Just touching up on it, you know? And at the same time, because it doesn't cost you literally anything, or if you did put any extra effort, it wasn't much in comparison to what you could sell it for. You were charging 10 before to hold the rocks. That was a normal holding, you know, to get it cheaply done and quick. You know, that's the going rate, everyday going rate, but you had the premium. So now you undercut the premium guys at the top and tell them, hey, 25. You know, everyone's like, you don't want to undercut the market. It's like, you're not undercutting the market. The thing is the going rate for what's being done already is 30, and it will stay 30. Your item is 25, but it is a lesser item that's not common. But because it's more practical, more people will flock to it. Now you will grow it. And because it now comes at more of a selected item, you can put a premium on it. It goes even higher. It's like, hey, due to short supply and high demand, this item is becoming a $30 item. Now you've equalized the market. But now you have a market that's pulling more money than what's being produced. Correct? It's like, yes. Okay, so now somebody can pay $30 for the traditional way, or they can pay $30 for this new, actually better way. And they do switch to that. So to convince other clients to come back to the traditional way, they lower their price to 25. They're like, but that stinks the rest of the whole market. It's like, it does and it would, but it doesn't. Because of that short term of loss, they have to innovate. So they move it down to 25, which now they bring in all the lower income people over there. Because now they see that they can get this generally traditional premium item for a lower cost. So they go and try it now. It's just like what their old product was. It's still a brick holder. Still a brick holder. But now just a person holding it. Instead of, you know, another person holding it. So now they're like, yeah, I've got the best brick holder product. It's stupid. You're paying for the same thing, just a different price, just because it looks good, because of the name. Company's been around. So that forces these companies to innovate. So now all of you and your partner, that guy who's thinking outside the box, remember the previous shit cleaner guy? Yeah. Who decided to ask a question and had his hand held not to ask questions. He started a brick company. Brick holding company. You know, for the brick holding box cycle. For that group, the youth and the seniors that are coming. You know, that group. They started a brick unit. So in that scenario, that's you. You've asked the questions, y'all done what y'all need to do. Y'all are going up against bigger companies now. So y'all don't smear shit anymore. Y'all literally clean up the shit. There's people producing shit. You tell them that shit is a problem. And then you give them a solution. Like for the bricks, these people just pop up, have a brick, and they drop it and smash their feet. And when their feet are smashed, they die. Or if they become weak and can't move around no more, and then they just die. That's it. Repeat the cycle. Bricks. But because you found a solution, people get to live a little bit longer and make their life a little bit better. Capitalizing on the brick game. So, there were rocks, but if you had rocks, those are the cheaper products. You gotta have a nice, clean, cut brick. Ready to be compiled and used in the installation of other people's products, you know? Create a nice wall. But once that traditional company starts to innovate and it has the same product, now I can give it at the same price. Now, if there's two companies with the same product making the same money, generally the person who's going to get the most customers isn't the person with the best product, but with the biggest advertising agency. Why? Because if more people know about your product, more people will buy it. Simple as that. And if your small little brick holding company that uses tables now has never heard of, that's it. So these bigger companies will pay more money to get their stuff out there. So for you, you'd have to do things to make yourself more public. Instead of doing like radio broadcasts and whatnot and TV commercials, you would hold small events and talk to people and tell them like, hey man, this, and that with the brick holders. Or offer certain people free trials and services and give them passes to give to their friends, word of mouth. And it goes out all over the place and tell them to spread it as far as they can go. That you will start opening up more businesses doing the same thing, that you'll need people to operate facilities and other locations elsewhere where you can't be. Now you see how you start to really collect on this. Remember, you started from nothing. This is scaled through time. But the thing is this originally all started because you looked up. You did something different from everybody else. You said, I don't know why everybody else is doing this. It works, though. It works, but nobody's happy. So try something different. Well, he tried something different. He still wasn't happy. Well, he still wasn't happy, so... Yeah, but he was really, really unhappy. It's like, okay, and sometimes you're unhappy. We're like, yeah, but I don't want to be unhappy. It's like, okay, and your dog's going to die. What, you going to tell me the dog's going to live forever? It's going to happen. Make the best of it. Your dog dies. You want to... my dog died. I got to get him burned alive or burned dead. Turned into ashes. Get him cremated. Lose some money. Blah, 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 be sad. Yeah, or you can completely change the situation and be like, well, pup, looks like you're getting old in age. Start putting up a little fund for you, get ready for you, when you go. I know it's unfortunate. Start putting more money to the side for you to give you the best little life that you got left. And then when they do die, this is what you do. The money's already ready for his cremation and everything. You go through that. You don't stress through it. You try to look at it as though it was a happy moment. He lived a good life. Think back on the memories. Take a few trips out. The places y'all went. Things y'all did. Have himself a little memorial made. A few little tokens, to remember him by. A few little memorials. Or things of memorabilia for your dog. Remember him by. And celebrate and have like a small party for the life that you had with him. And the family he spent his time with, if there was a family. Celebrate that. Celebrate his life. Don't mourn his death. So, there you go. Turned into a really good situation. It's a shitty one, but you made the best of it. So, bad shit's gonna happen regardless. No matter what happens in life, bad shit is going to happen. I don't care who you are. In perspective of other people, things you do are bad. It's like, I'm extremely healthy. I can go eat a Big Mac and it won't do anything to me. It's like, okay, so you've already done bad things in your life. You've made mistakes. It's like, what? I can have a Big Mac. It's like, Big Macs aren't good for you. It's like, yeah, but it's not going to do nothing to me. Not on the scale that you see it. But to them, technically, you already did something bad. So you already messed up. Things aren't perfect. Bad stuff happens. That's just how it is, I know that's a shitty example, but for that person that turnkey and got out and can see everything now, they realize, they look back and they're like, oh crap, everybody's living this way, everybody's living this crappy way. Let me tell them. Most people don't want to look. They don't want to look. They don't care. That's like this. There's a lot of young people and there's a lot of old people. Old people, period. Doesn't care if there's more of them. Don't care if there's less of them. They're not going to change what they're doing. Unless you can 100% tell them for a fact that they're going to get at least a 50% gain on something, they're not going to change it. They're not. They're not, period. It's like saying, like, hey, you got 10 sodas. No, you got 2 sodas. If you do this instead, you can get a sip of soda more. They're going to be like, no, not worth it. But you're getting twice the amount of soda that you usually would. Half a sip for that same work. It's like, no, not worth it. Like, what do you mean not worth it? It's like, couldn't I lose it? It's like, yeah, but it would only be a sip's worth. It's like, no, I'm good. They wouldn't even want to mess with it. On 2 bottles of soda. So like, okay. What if I do 10 bottles of soda? You get 1 whole bottle of soda. That's a lot more on the sip value. 5 times the amount of bottles. But over 100 times more the reward. They're still gonna look at you and be like, no. No, don't want it. Now if you go, okay, hey man, look. You got 2 bottles here. If you buy both, I'll give you a 3rd one. You're like, okay, yeah, I'll do that. What did you do? Bought 2 instead of 1. So it worked twice as hard to get 100% product? 200% product. Ooh. And it's like, okay. So what really happened? It's like, no, you really didn't do that because you were going to buy that 2nd soda anyway. So you worked really the same amount. But hey, you're going to buy 2 sodas in 2 weeks. Yeah. So instead of buying 1 soda every week, you can buy 2 sodas right now and get a 3rd one for a 3rd week for free. So if you're guaranteeing them a 50% gain, they'll usually take it. Because if you tell that same person, hey, your bill is $10 a month, they're going to be like, okay, $10 a month. But if you go and do this, we can make it $9 a month. You're just going to be like, no, I'm good. Why not? It's a whole 10% savings. Like, no, I'm good. It's like, well, if you do this, and this, you have 10 months of car insurance. But if you do this and pay for it all at once and do this, you'll get an 11th month for free. A lot of us are just like, yeah, free 11th month of car insurance, I'll take it. Most old people are like, no, just leave me where I'm at. But you'll save. It's like, no, I don't care. You tell them to buy 6 months, and they're like, hey, look, instead of buying 6 months, paying it month to month, pay it all up right now, plus get your speed tracker along with your performance tracker on your brakes and stops, and we'll go ahead and give you 3 extra months for free. They'll be like, yeah, I'll take that. Yeah. Because it's something that's guaranteedly worth it in the long run. But you're like, that's short term. Wouldn't the other ones be in the long run? It's like they would, but they don't have a long run left. So they got to look at everything. Their long run is short. They'd rather just stick in a system where they can calmly, rationally think things out, going, okay, I'm at the very end of my check every month. They're not going to change anything because they don't want no mistakes to happen. Unless it's a guaranteed, boom, punch to really help their wallet, they're not going to mess with it. They'd rather slowly sink into the abyss than try to make a change and have a gut punch taken to them, for a mistake. Even though it might not even be a mistake. They just don't want to take the risk. So it's got to be a guarantee, and it's got to be 50%. People who aren't as old, well, generally, they're a little bit easier to convince people like that. They still got some play. They're like, no, I want to do this. I want to try that. I want to try this. I want to try that. It's like, okay, cool. And you got really, really, really young people who can be persuaded very, very easily. So it's like, okay, well, how does this work for them? Well, for them, when they get out of it and they look, they'll see the change to the system a lot easier. They're willing to poke their head out and go, hey, I need this different. And, you know, a lot of people watching this, if you're this far into the video, you're either looking at me in disgust going, that's not what they do. That's not what they do. They're just like me when I was young. They're stupid. They do dumb things. They don't know what they're doing. They don't, do they? They don't. Because a lot of times I see older people, and not all of them, but some of them, generally going, these kids, they always want to switch things from the way we did it, the way we used to do it. And you'll always hear that through every generation. The way we used to do it was like this. Every generation has changed. Some you might say are better compared to others, but for the most part, they've all become better. Because, you know, some crazy, inexperienced kid decided to try something different. A lot. And further up in age, most of society recognized that because they did the same thing, but a chunk of them failed. You know, that's why they let it happen, and innovation happens, and that's why they start to fund the younger people that people want to call stupid. Those are the guys who are not only with the ideas that are innovating, that are pursuing, they're the ones with the energy to do it. Then you've got the, again, like I said, the elderly people don't want to screw with anything. They just don't even want to mess with it. So, but they are old enough to see, hey, I don't really care to tell an innovator not to innovate because I was doing the same thing. So that's the thing. Most people do innovate, but the thing is, the thing you always hear is the ones who say innovating is wrong always blame who? The youth. So those are those guys. So everyone's smearing shit everywhere, looking for a way out, where we were just like, yeah, screw the bullshit. You know, you either popped up and saw it, or somebody was like, hey, bro, yeah, what are you doing down there? They're slinging shit. What's that? Oh, let me show you. Your friend pulls you up, and you're like, oh, shit, this is crazy. Yeah, that's the way the world works. It's like, what? That's it? It's like, yeah, that's it. Can everybody be like this? Yeah, actually. But they don't. They're like, not everybody can be a billionaire. Yeah, actually they can. You're like, that money doesn't add up. Well, okay, well, let's look at it like this. Take a billionaire. Let's just take an average billionaire. How much do you spend a year? It's like, maybe $1 million, $2 million. Living a pretty modest, decent lifestyle, not just flex, business expense. No, just personal spending. Say $1 million, $2 million. You're living like a billionaire if you spend $1 million. So if somebody has an income of 1.2 million a year, they're fine. Now let's break down the wealth of the world and give it to everybody, and everybody's pretty much okay with 1.2 million a year. So it's like, yeah, everybody could live that way. Can everybody accumulate that much? Probably not at the same time. I guess anything's possible, but that would be the circumstantial issue with it. They would be able to distribute the money out if everybody was on the same playing field, but they're not. And that's just how it is, and you're not going to convince everybody to switch over. If anything, you're really not going to be able to switch too many people to switch over, because most people just, they see it, once it's seen, it's saw, it disappears, and it's gone. So, you know what I mean, because you'll see people out there watching a motivational video, and like, yeah, I'm going to do that, and they get in their car, they go to work, they're like, yeah. Then as they pull in, the entire video just disappears, and they're just like, no. So yeah, and they completely forget about it, and they go home, and they get on Netflix for a little bit, and they do their thing, and they wake up, and they're like, man, here we go again. Get up, start the coffee maker, go to the restroom, if you're even that motivated. if you know the joke. And then you go check your iPhone. You're like, yeah, what's up? What's up, man? What's up? How's it going? Scroll a little bit. Oh, that's what happened in the news today. Oh, that sucks. Screw this guy. It's like, watch this every morning to improve your life. It's like, yeah. Watches his motivation. Watches his motivation. Watches his motivational movie. Thinks things are going great. Finds a nice little podcast. Motivation. Listens to that on the way to work. Reminisces. Gets out. As soon as he collects in, he's like, I hate my life. But that's how it is. A lot of the times, that's how it is. You know? And I know there's some guys going, what do you mean I don't hate my life? I make $250,000 a year. This isn't for you. You're not that person. Generally, that person is the person with problems. You know? And it's like, okay. So the person who can recognize their situation that they're in has already done enough to get out. I don't know, you got these people with red pill, blue pill, woke and not woke. It's like, no. It's just being told your circumstance and then recognizing your circumstance. That's the thing. You're poor because you have no money in the bank. How does that mean you're poor? Well, that's what everybody else told me. If you have no money in the bank, you're poor. Okay. Well, I have no money in the bank. Well, then you're poor. It's like, yeah, but I got 2 Porsches out here. It's like, then you're a drug dealer. It's like, no, I'm not. It's like, when you were born rich. It's like, no, I wasn't. It's like, then how do you not have no money in the bank? It's like, because I have it all in assets. I don't even need to use the bank. I have an accountant, a trust fund, and people to hold my wealth for me. Private wealth management. It's just like, what? What's that? I'm not rich like that. It's like, you don't have to be. Still recommend a bank. Like, definitely recommend a bank. It's way cheaper just to freely move your money. I guess compared to other alternatives, compared to the risk. So you'll look at that guy and just be like, okay, so if you have no money in the bank, how are you rich? It's like, because of what I just told you. It's in assets. It's like, that's not money. It's like, then you don't understand money. It's like, and I'll go on to money in another video. You know, this video kind of sounds like it's about money, but it's not. Trust me, it's not. It's about, again, your mentality of thinking of whether it's being sloppy or organized. And a lot of times, it's sloppy for most people. Well, mine is organized. No, yours is less sloppy than that other sloppy person over there. Just because you're 20 pounds overweight does not mean you're obese, but you're still overweight. So, you're still overweight. But just because you're overweight does not mean you're unhealthy. But being overweight can be unhealthy. And just because you do heroin and you're unhealthy does not mean you're obese and overweight. Got it? Heroin does not cause weight loss. So yeah. I know it's a lot to follow, but if you followed thus far, you kind of understand what I'm getting at when I'm saying, okay, so now you have the general public, general people, general society following the general model. Then you have the other class of people who don't understand it, but still follow the general model, but of a different class. You're like, yeah, we all follow the same class. No. You all live in the same world, but live different lifestyles. People are like, yeah, but this guy's a jock, and this guy's a punk rocker. Nobody does that. You see just football players running around with their gear on like, yeah, I'm a football player. Just like in them high school movies. Yeah. NFL. No. No, you don't, ever. I think the only person who you might see doing that is, hey, I'm a cop. How's it going? No, seriously, how's it going? What are y'all doing tonight? Things good? Where are you coming from? Where are you going? Like, yeah, that's their job. They're the only people doing that. So what are you doing here? What are you doing here? Doing what I want. It's like, you can mind your business. You know, you can tell me your business because I'm a police officer. It's like, yeah, those people, like, they're gonna flaunt their job. It's literally their job to let it be known that it's their job. For like they're being cocky. It's like, yeah, maybe some are, but hey, it's your job. If it was your job to walk around and be like, subs are amazing. They are really amazing. It's like, look, dude, I wouldn't buy a sub unless you deep throated them. If they were that good, then maybe I'd go buy one. What'd you say? $20,000 bonus if I do it for 5 seconds. You said you're gonna buy how many subs again, sir? We'll all watch. All of y'all? Good promotion. Yeah, that dude's gonna go. That dude's going to get that sub. It's going to get it. So it's like a prime motivator. But I guess what I'm getting at, I know I keep jumping through a lot of boxes here trying to run this on. Is the person with that path that sees it, that actually sees it, can get it. And you live in a model inside of the same world as another person living in a model inside of the same world. So y'all see two completely different things, even though the models look similar. Y'all can see each other. The walls are transparent. You'll just see a bunch of squiggly shit everywhere with a bunch of people moving around. With just for some reason you see some of them on the ground, you know, in this maze made out of glass that spans forever, where everybody can see each other. See some on the floor, some that are dirty, some that are clean. Some people with suits, some people with, we're all the same in the same little trap. We're just all traveling different maze paths. And you look through one side of your deal and their maze is really clean. You're like, hey, how did they get to that maze? That's not fair. You see all these clean mazes going all the way over there, and some got gold in them and some don't. You're like, yeah, that's not fair. How do they get to those mazes? To your knowledge, all those mazes are the same. They're just nice. Except for like one or two at the very top, and they're made out of crystal. They're not even made out of glass. They're crystal. You know, so it's like same shit. But you're told it's fancy, so hey. The only thing you see differences is the other ones, because you see one that's slightly dirty because it's your problem. You see one that's got trash in it, looks a little bit worse. Why? Because it's your problem. What do I mean by that? It's because those are problems that you face, so you can relate with, so you can tier them. So if nobody understands that it's just like a giant maze and they can't really play it, and if they don't understand that it's a maze in itself, they don't even know to move. They don't even know how to start. They're like, hey, so where do you go? I'll go from this hallway to this hallway and back. So what should I do? Well, your mom didn't go that hallway. She turned this hallway and she died early. So what happened? My friend Bob tried the same thing. He died. So you're saying we shouldn't go that way? Nah, that'll probably kill you. You can go my way. Same way I went. But it's just straight, Dad. I want to take turns in life. It's like, yeah, but see where I've come from? How long I've been doing this? It keeps me going. It's like, it's not much of an adventure, but it's something for me to do. Prospering. It's like, right. Then you got some people are just like, hey, you know, I'm gonna take a turn. Take a turn. You're like, oh, I'm pretty successful. Made a little bit further in this maze. Look, Dad, check this out. Oh, yeah, it's cool, kid. And you got other people that are just like, just running through the maze. Turn, success, turn, success, turn, success. Is that an entrance to a new maze? You see one other guy run into it, and y'all both run. You push him out the way and you get through it and the door shuts. And you see a little clock turn on and it's like 1 here. It's like, what the fuck? Compete to get into the other mazes. Then you see another guy. You know? You're like, huh. Turns. Sees another guy. Turns, dodges him. Turns. You're like, this guy doesn't really belong, but he's really coming up. Sees another door to another maze. Boom, blows through that maze too. Goes through the 3rd maze. Sees a door for the 4th maze. But he gets blocked. Boom. So he's like, man, how do I get out of this maze? Sees other people jumping. He's like, I'm not supposed to do that. But he jumps the maze wall. Doesn't get caught. Goes to the next one. I guess at that point, call it success until he hit corruption. But he never fell. He never hit a dead end. He just kept going. He got lucky. He didn't have somebody hold his hand and walk him through the path, the secret alleyways that his family created for him, or that his dad got him, to get to that top maze. So, you and your maze, you might have a few people that are like, hey, yeah, I tried something different. What? Well, he took this path, and I took this path, and you took that path. So why don't we just, like, share paths? It's like, oh, that's a good idea. We should do that. See what it works out to. For some people it works, some people it doesn't. So, those are, again, those little paths telling you. People understand that there's paths. The more complex your path, the more things you can do in life, and the more things you can do in life allows you to meet more people, and the more people you meet, the more you can continue expanding, so on and so forth, until your heart's desire. So, you might ask me, like, hey man, why aren't you rich? Why aren't you successful? Why aren't you, like, out the door? It's like, oh, well, I don't know. Let's see. Play a game. You're on level 2. Why aren't you on legendary mode yet, bro? Because it's not pay to win here. Yeah, I guess technically it is. But, hey, guess what? My mom didn't pay for the Fortnite Battle Pass to let me jumpstart. Sorry. So, I'm stuck here on the grind until I can buy my own Fortnite Battle Pass. So, you're like, but I thought you said you didn't have to, right? It's like, I don't. You have to have a generally good idea to present to somebody. It's like, yeah, then why don't you do that? It's like, because I don't have the idea for something general. That's like, it's like saying, like, hey, man, I have an idea for this really, really transitioning company for society. I know this is a little bit extreme, but it's like, I'm going to create a phone. It has no keys, that's touchable. Everyone will be like, yeah, you're crazy. Some people might be like, yeah, you know what, I'll give it a shot. Don't really make as much money, because it doesn't really go as far. Unless you're Steve Jobs and you got put into that perfect position to where it's like, make mine's better. And it's like, you're rich. But for most everybody else, it's not really how it works. For most everybody else, the reality of it is, like me, it's like, hey, try some things. Did it work? No. Ask for a handout. Alright, cool. Hey, did that work? No, I lost money. Oh, shit, that sucks. You gotta pay it back? Yeah. Okay. Not all ideas are rock solid. That doesn't mean, oh, I failed to give up. It's like, no, what's your next idea? Or even with your previous idea, where did you mess up? Let's fix it. Oh, you're not really sure? Go talk to friends. Somebody at least who's free who can help you. Brainstorm. And like for me, I've already set out my plan, which so far has been going great. Or like, well then, why don't you go enjoy? You know you're making that money, right? It's like, that's not how this works. You know? And you'll have them other people that go, yeah, that is how it works, because like you said. And it's like, yeah, like I said. So if I'm right then I'm right now. On my plans. I said for my first 3 years, I'll probably be living like a broke college student whose parents are in extreme debt, who I'm sending money to them just for them to get by. They're like, well, that's dumb. You're making money, but you can't spend it. It's like, yes, I can spend it. I can survive off of it. Because, like I tell other people, the system that you're living in, and the mindset that you have, is yours. Remember, I know I keep saying it throughout the video. The video is, this concept is mindset, not money. Money is a part, but as the other factors I've brought in, the people who you talk to, it doesn't mean you have to find a lucky person with money. It's just two people that both have no money. They can both, again, it's mindsets meeting up to do things. It's creating a network. Networking with people, socializing, that's part of one of the key concepts for this video. 1, socialize with those around you. Be curious. Ask questions. Challenge everything. You know? And it's like this. If I said, hey, if you wait 1 year and hold $1, next year you'll get $2. I said, hey, 1 year, put in $1. Next year, put in $1. And in 2 years, I'll give you $3 for each dollar. You'd be like, well, that's $6. It's more than what the 1 year would have brought. And if I held it for 2 years, it's more than what the 2 years would have brought. And then you got them smart ass people that are like, hey, well, if I held $1 for 1 year, I got $2. Then I put it in to $3 for another 1 year and doubled it, then I'd have $6. It's like, yes and no. It's like, okay, so you take your $1, make it into 2. And you have your $1, and you make it into 4 and 2, correct? So you have your 6. It's like, yeah. It's like, that would make sense. However, though, most places know this already. So either they'll try to trick you on the gimmick, or they'll make something that seems a little bit too far-fetched, and they'll say, hey, I'll give you 8. They're like, okay, well, now that's even more reasonable. It's something I can't do by myself. Or they'll just say 6.5. Like, okay, well, that's a little bit better. Then you have a guy that comes along and says, hey, how about you do $3 for 3 years, and I'll give you 35. Like, oh, that's significantly a lot more. There's no way that math's gonna add up. So you're like, $1, $2, $2 with $1. That's 4. That becomes 6. You know, you keep adding it. You know, you go 6, 12. For the most part, it's 24. But for 3, you'll have your 6 and $1. So 6, it's 12, plus your $1, that's 2. 2 and 12, it's 14. You have to continue working the system up, at least 2 more tiers, to overcome the number you want. Really, just 1 tier to get close to it, but 2 tiers for sure. And you're like, okay, well, why would that guy offer so much up front? For the 3 years, it's like, well, 1, he's not only having to go 3 years without his income, he's giving the $3 up front for 3 years of wait. So he's losing that lump sum for a longer amount of time. It's a larger amount of money. But he's getting a massive reward for it. So it's like, hey, how much money do you make? Oh, I make $2 every year. It's like, okay, so you can live off 1, that's all you need, and you can spend the other 1. It's like, yeah. It's like, what do you want to buy with it? Well, I think I'll buy a new car. And then what will you do next year? Well, I'll probably have to get repairs on the car. It's like, okay. What will you do the next year? I'll probably have to get more repairs on the car. Still living your same lifestyle. It's like, okay. So, hey. You live off $1 a year. Yeah. That other $1. Nope. I'm going to take that other $1 and I'm going to invest it. It's like, okay, well, what about living? It's like, I'm going to move somewhere cheaper. about your car? We'll buy something then drive that's cheaper. What about your food? Cheaper. Why are you gonna live so cheap when you're making so much? It's like, so I can still get by and invest the rest. So while you're burning the other half of your money for joys and things that you can get right now, I'm letting it grow. And it's like, okay, so you contributed in your first year, or, this guy waited 3 years to get $3 to invest. So he put that $3 in. And then come the next 3 years, remember, he got a $35 return. He said, hey, you know what? You know what I think it's time for? I think it's time for me to go ahead and dump $20 back in this little cycle for another 3 years. And he sets it in. He's like, you know what? Forget about that. Dump 50 in, or not 50, I dump 20 in it for 5 years, and let me contribute another 5 on top of that. For another 5-year cycle. It's like, what will I get with 5? It's like, okay, so he's going to have $1 every year taken out of his income automatically. That's guaranteed. And he's going to keep cycling this forever. Which he's not going to do forever. He's only going to do for 5 years. Because the 20 that he put in as a lump sum at first, that will be his main retirement. Like how he's going to retire, what he's going to live off of. Okay, so this is just a small model to understand it. He put that 20 in, worked at the same job, or business, or startup, or collective career type, whatever you want to call it, for another 5 years. So this is 8 years of work altogether. And remember, out of the 35, he took out 20 to reinvest. He's still giving up $1 a year out of his work. So what he did was, hey, I still got 15. This will allow me to add $2 per year on everything, that I'm putting in on to live off of. So now, he's making the same $2 a year. He has one that he's giving up, but he also has 2 that he's getting for free each year. So now he's living on 3 times the amount of income he originally started on. So now he's living really well. He's making 50% more income per year than his coworkers. He's living off of that, and it's free money. So now, not only is he still investing, but he's investing at a very, very higher rate. He has a massive lump sum set to the side for retirement that's still growing massively. This is just for a 5-year period. And then he still has 5 original dollars that he pulled out that he's just going to spend right then and there, right up front. Get himself a nice house, a nice car, spent a whole $1 for the car, nice car, spent a whole $3 for the house, they're both paid off. Then he has a whole $1 just to do upkeep, anything sets to the side for insurance for those things for this next 5 years. And it's going to get used. It's just going to get used. Just some things. They put some mods on, add-ons. And now they're living really good while he's still working. At the end of the 5 years, he just goes, I quit. Why? From the 20 that he originally put in, it's going to be massive. After 1 year, the 20 becomes 40. 2 years, the 40 becomes 80. The 3rd year, it'll become 160. 4th year, 320. And the last year, 640. It's to where he makes $2 a year. He could work for 100 years and make $200. Now he's got a lump sum of 640. He doesn't ever have to work ever again. if he's only collecting interest off that, he's good. He's good. He's set for the rest of his life. Now, that little bitty bit at the bottom, where I said, hey, he's going to take 1, do the same thing for 5 years. Take 1, move it over, becomes 2, add 1, 2 becomes 4, with the 2, so that becomes 6. So 6. Double over becomes 12, plus 2. That's 14. 14 doubled over, that's 28. Plus 2, that's 30. 30 doubled over, yeah, if I'm doing that right, is 60. So then you have 60 plus 2. So it's 62. Or no. Yeah, so 62. So 62 is his payout for that one, for what he was putting in on the side. So you're like, okay, well, what's he going to do with that? We can do a number of things with that. He already has an account that he can live off of indefinitely for the rest of his life. But he's smart about it. He'd rather take 15 years worth of income, 30, and invest it into multiple companies that he wants to personally run. 1 or 2 nice little shops, maybe even a little burger franchise, something that he wants to do. Start his own shop. Set the kids up for college, do whatever, buy the house that he always wanted. Another person's good to go, and you're like, oh, this is a great success story. You know what's shitty about it? It's a lot of time, a lot of work, a lot of effort, a lot of trial and fail. And people are like, yeah, but what if you fail? And what if you fail? And what if you fail? Okay, so you're saying if I stand right here, I'm going to get hit by a bus? Yeah. So you're saying if I jump at the last second, it's going to cost me to actually have to do something? And there's still a 50-50 chance I'm going to get hit by the bus? Yeah, what if I don't get hit by the bus? I don't gotta worry, I'll never get hit by the bus again, you'll be on the sidewalk. It's like, huh. Well, what if I don't? What if I just moved to the sidewalk in the first place? Did you know the bus was coming? Well, no. No one ever tells you. You never know. So, bus gets to you. Hey, either let it run you over and lay on the road for the rest of your life, crippled and broken, scared to even get up and try. What is that bus? That bus is life. You're a kid. I can do whatever I want. Whether you're rich or poor, generally you just do whatever the hell you want. You don't understand what the hell's going on out there. Then you have the parents that go, Johnny, get on the sidewalk. Don't want to be in the street. Why, Mom? Because I said not to. So they're saved. Johnny, get out of the sidewalk, son. It's like, why, Dad? It's like, well, let me show you. It's like, oh, okay. Get the other one. Hey, Susie, get out of the sidewalk. It's like, why? Because that's not what young ladies do. You stay, you know, or get onto the sidewalk. It's not what young ladies do. You stay on the sidewalk and you stay safe. This is where everybody else is. You know, and you got, ask Mom. Mom, why does Dad want me to be on the sidewalk? Oh, well, he doesn't know any better. Let me teach you. Look, I taught your dad a long time ago to stay on the sidewalk. That's where me and my friends stayed. Why? Because that's what my parents did. Why? It's because I watched them and I watched their friends. And the ones that decided to stay in the street generally got hit by cars. What happened? Some of them crawled to the sidewalk, some of them asked for help, and some of them got it, and some of them did it very well. Actually, moved far, far inland. They actually live on top of the buildings now. And, well, the thing is it's not that hard. You can try to jump. If you don't know which way to jump, then you might just jump right into a bus. But you see, we have these paths, these crosswalks. All you gotta do is walk this direction all the way down here, walk this way, and then come onto the crosswalk. Or if you get some help, you know, just basically walk you right on over to the sidewalk. You might get lucky and just already be on the sidewalk. Or if you're really, really lucky, you can get hit by the bus and just thrown onto the sidewalk. It hurts, but you're there. It really sucks when a lawsuit happens. So that sidewalk is a safe zone. That sidewalk is where you want to be, and that bus is life. And every kid is going to face that bus. They'll either see it fly by them and never have to worry because they were put in a good spot, or it's going to hit them. And they're going to struggle and climb to get out of the predicament that they're in to go where they need to be. Either follow the path they need to go, notice everybody going that way, or they're going to get hit by the bus, be crippled, and go, you know what? It's not worth it to get back up. Because if I get up, I'm going to get hit by a bus again, and it's not worth it. I'd rather just stay down. Well, then how are you going to eat? I'll let the guys up there on the sidewalk, whatever they shit and falls out, whatever happens, hopefully I can scrounge up enough energy to get to the side to eat and drink the sewage that falls into the drainage right there on the side to go into the gutter. Maybe I can catch some of that. Because that's really how you want to live. That's fine. It's got you questioning who's on that bus of life. Everyone. It's not a little bus. It's a bus of the entire world. You get hit by it, it's over. So, not too many people get hit by it, and it's fine. So, most people take it dead on, get a lawsuit, get put on the sidewalk. A lot of people get hit by it and drop out of college, don't go to college, just leave mama's house, and they get screwed, go work for McDonald's, or don't work at all. So, knowing that there's systems there, things to help you, paths to go, you can go where you want to go. So, I know this video has been long, and it's kind of hard to tie up or tie in, and it's been going for a while, and if anybody's been lost, you've been lost, and if you've been intrigued, you've been intrigued. But for the last little part of this video, I want to give the expansion, because this has been, for the most part, what most people can relate to. Not having an option. Not being open-minded. Not questioning things. Not being curious. Not communicating. And really just poor decision-making. So, you don't know it's a poor decision because you're told it's a good decision by another person making the same poor decision. Smoking's not bad for you. Look, I'm in good health. And yeah, and you're like, well, they did it, so I can do it. But they're not everybody. You know? I've been smoking my whole life. It's like, have you? Yeah, you've been there with them the whole time. Yeah, no. It's like parents who say, hey, my kid's not going to do drugs because I know how to raise them. It's like, look, I'm sure you're a good parent. I'm sure your kid's a good kid. But if your kid just out of the blue said, Mom, no, screw you, I'm doing heroin in the bathroom, you can't stop them. Yeah, I can. No, you can't. Controversy? Cool. But you can't. That's just how it is. Like, there's always going to be that possibility. Just keep them well informed. But back to the topic of like me, like I was saying, people are like, why aren't you where you're at? It's like, because I set up a roadmap. This is my journey. These are where I expect to be. Because I set them, and I set a bottom line goal. It gave me something to move towards that's realistic, that I can get to. If you sit here every day going, hey, I want to be a millionaire tomorrow. Well, hell, Bill Gates can show you the easiest way to do that. And look, man. Just put in this much money, take a loss, pull it out tomorrow, and look, you made $1 million. There you go. Made $1 million. That easy. But not everybody has $1 billion just to play with. So maybe that's not the path for you, but there's plenty of other ones. Like, hey, how do I become a millionaire? Oh, you get a really high-paying job. You become a neurosurgeon. I make $500,000 a year. Become a millionaire in 2 years, kid. If you're lucky, you know how to really work it. Become a millionaire in 3 months. It's like, really now? I want to do that. Yeah, just 8 whole years of school. What's it called? It's like interning. Can't remember what it's called. It's on the tip of my tongue. Anyway, y'all know what I'm talking about. residence, take up residency, for a couple of years. Then you basically the equivalent of apprentice for a few years. You know, whole 16 years down the road, you're extremely successful, and you're making a good 500,000 a year after you become a little bit more experienced in the profession. So maybe 20 years down the road, you know, and you're like, oh, well, that's really harsh. And you got another guy going, well, I did it in 10 years. It's like, that's nice. Now, are you ready to start your 10-year journey? Because I guarantee you that guy who did it in 10 years worked at least 10 times harder. It's like, well, why did you work 10 times harder? I don't want it. That's your problem. I don't want to work 10 times harder for double the pay. You sure about that? I guarantee you, if you're like, hey man, flipping burgers. Flipping burgers, all you're doing is flipping burgers. How long did you have to learn that for? It took me a whole day. Hey man, I'm gonna put you through this course. Okay, you're gonna learn some safety. General study. It's like, okay. So what am I gonna have to do here? It's gonna be a 2-week course. Man, it's 14 times more than this. What this dude had to do. Yeah, that's cool, man. Anyway, look, when you're done with this course, starting pay at this new job over here is gonna be $14 an hour. You say it's gonna be how much? You say it's gonna be how much? How much? Again? 14. So that's double what he was making. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, 2 weeks? Yeah, I'll take the course for 2 weeks. So hold on, you're willing to do 14 times more work to get an opportunity that gives you double the pay? That's odd. You said you wouldn't do that earlier. It's really odd. Hey man. You know, if you go jump into this class, it's 9 months. 9 months. Ooh, goddamn, dude, 9 months. That's a lot of weeks. So, yeah, it is a lot of weeks, though. It's a whole, 32 weeks? 36 weeks? Yeah, 36 weeks. Yeah, so 36 weeks compared to 2 weeks. Ooh. That's 18 times more. Yeah, well, how much are they getting paid? Well, they're getting paid 28 out the door. 20 for a 9-month course? Yeah. Where are they going? Oh, well, they're actually having to move around a lot. This is just starting the job. You'll get continuous training after that, and you'll be moving on to a really nice little career. And I get to travel. Yeah. And they'll pay for most of my expenses. Yeah. Go on. 9 months. Yeah. $28 an hour, man, dude. Well, I guess if you take, 14 times 18, that's a lot harder than 1 hour, just 1 day of training at McDonald's, right? But hell, I mean, shit, you went from making $7 an hour, or roughly, for minimum wage, to $28 an hour. Now, a lot of y'all are like, man, well, I can do 9 months of school for that pay. Well, then why don't you? Well, because just say the excuses, turn around and just preach them as long as you can while you're in the shower, because no one's listening. No one cares about the excuse you got because it doesn't pertain to them. It only pertains to you. Because they don't care about that money. Only you do. They got their way. So only you are providing the excuse to yourself, and only you can provide the solution. So what's the problem? I don't know, I've brought problem up if anybody hasn't noticed a few times in this, but a lot of people don't know what a problem actually is. People go, well, a problem is a problem. It's like, no, not knowing what a problem is a problem. Well, what's that? It's a problem. I'll be right back grabbing cookies. So like eating cookies is a problem, man. Losing my train of thought a little bit.
So yeah, a lot of people can't recognize a problem. Well, the thing is, if you can't recognize a problem, then you can't fix it. It's like that video you've seen. I don't know you've seen it because you've probably done it. Get a hole in your tire. You're like, I'm smart. I can take my tire off. I can change it. I mean, you do. You take it off. You switch it out because you're smart. And I'm not gonna lie. To have the ability to be able to change your own tire, it's a good trait to have. It's a good skill to have. Now, to be able to remove the tire from the wheel, the rubber part, from the metal part, in case some people don't know what a wheel and a tire are, and they're two different things. Rims, if you want to be more specific, or hub. Take it off the hub. That's even better if you're educated and have the skill and technicality to switch out the tire. It's even better. But then you see that same guy looking for a hole in the tire, spraying soapy water on it. We're like, yeah. He asked questions. He was curious. And he got the answers that he wanted. The only thing is he never sorted through it and just accepted all of it. This is how you remove a tire. Yes. This is how you put it on. Yes. This is how you remove the tire from the hub. Yes, this is how you put it on. It's like, okay. This is how you look for holes in the tire. Okay. It's like, okay. Spray water? Yeah. Wait for the bubbles? Yeah. Ah, okay. Now what they didn't tell him is, hey, you have to do that while there's air pressure behind it. Huh. Yeah. Got the tire off the rim. You're spraying with soapy water, can't find the hole. Those are those people that learned a lot but didn't understand what they were learning. So they were given good information but never sorted through it. And a lot of people get bullshit information and they never sort through it. So they mix the good with the bad, so it kind of works. Doesn't really go nowhere. So if you don't know what a problem is, if you're given solutions and problems and you use them both at the same time, because you really don't know which is which, well, you're kind of in a clusterfuck. You kind of make it, but you kind of don't. People are like, oh yeah, well, I know what a problem is. That's why I throw it out. It's like, no, you don't. You don't know what a problem is, because if you did, you wouldn't be throwing out your successes with it. It's like, hey, Bob, I'm watching you. Better keep on the ball. I'm watching you. That's your manager. You're getting mad, like, watching me. I don't even do nothing wrong. I do most of the work around here. This goddamn motherfucker. And you see him around lunchtime, and he's like, and you're just like, motherfucker, you know? Then around tomorrow morning, you realize you're gonna have to talk to the guy. At the end of the day, he came to you and he's like, Bob, tomorrow morning, me and you are gonna have to have a talk. I need to see you in my office. You're nervous, you don't know what it is, you're freaking out. You ask him, like, hey, what's this about? He's like, it's about your past performance. Said I've been watching you. We're gonna need to talk tomorrow. Because, either some changes are gonna be made or you're not gonna be with us no more. Simple as that. You go home, you get all pissed off. Any questions? Don't want to ask no questions. Get mad, call your friend up. Hey, man, you got a position there? Yeah. Get you another position. You were making $12 an hour. You know, he's like, yeah, man, it sucks. This place is only $10 an hour. You're like, okay, cool, fine. Yeah, I'll do that. It's fine. Can you come in tomorrow? It's like, yeah, I'll come in tomorrow. Man, fuck, my boss is already going to fire me anyway. Now they've been trying to find an excuse. They've already fired a few people. So you go in there. You're already late for work. Boss calling your phone. You're like, screw this dude. Get hired at your new job. He's like, hey, man, I'm going to start you off at $9 an hour. After you pass probationary period, we're going to move you up to 10. You're like, oh, okay, that's cool. Start working. Boss is blowing up your phone at your other job. Still haven't shown up. Screw this guy. Second day, you go to your new job. Working. Old boss still blowing up your phone. Still ignoring him. He's texting you. You're ignoring him still. The third day, you don't show up. That afternoon, he comes knocking on your door. Hey, man, are you alright? You're like, man, fuck you. It's like, why? What's the problem? It's like, look, I already know you're going to fire me. I already got a new job. I don't care. That's the thing. That's a problem. How so? Obviously, you didn't recognize a problem. And obviously, you assumed something else was a problem that wasn't. You created your own problem. And thought it was a solution. Or at the same time, throwing out a solution that you somehow turn into a problem. So, the picture is, what's really going on, you've probably already assumed it by now. Bob's boss had been keeping track of him. Everything he's been doing. Ups and downs, mistakes and all. It happens. And he's like, okay, he's a key performer, he's pretty good. We're firing a lot of people, and we're creating, you know, selective groups. And though he's not the best of the best, I may be able to promote him to a department where I do want him. If not, I could probably actually transfer him across the company to where he'll get a little bit better pay, because he is one of our better workers that we are gonna keep. Hey, man, I've been watching you. Watching you. Hey, man. See how you've been working. Hey, we're gonna need to talk tomorrow. In my office. You know, there's gonna be some changes around here. You might not be here at all no more. Yep. You would have either gotten a raise. If not, you would have probably got promoted to another department and probably gotten a raise. And would have been in really good terms and had some seniority at your company. But instead, you were like, hey, you know what? Instead of questioning what may be a success, I'm just not even going to question it at all. Assume that I know this problem, even though it's not a problem. Create a problem, assume it's an success, quit my job, and get another one that pays less. People do it all the time. So let's recognize a problem. I wouldn't even say a success would be the right word for the opposite of a problem. Yeah, let's see. An antonym for problem. gave me a synonym. Anyway, not the point of this video. I guess the thing wouldn't be really so much recognizing the successes, because you can succeed on your own. It's just you can succeed a lot further if you can avoid the problems. Because it's like this. The fact that you're alive is the fact that you that right there is the fact that you can succeed. You're not dying. So if you can remove some problems, you can live a little bit better. It could be agreeable. You know, people say, well, that's not true. Well, if I took away your car payment, it'd be really good. Took away your house payment, if not your rent, you'd be doing really great. So you didn't have to pay no utility bills? Now, okay, see, those are, I guess, problems? Things you have to worry about. So, let's take a problem. What is a problem? I could probably look at the definition for you. That's their definition, but I'm going to give you the definition for this. A problem. If you've made it this far to the video, we're pretty much more or less here at the end. A problem is anything, any circumstance, any situation, or I guess any scenario that you or anything related are in that you will have continuously after the day of tomorrow. So, to let me simplify that. So, you have to poop. Okay. If you poop now, do you gotta worry about it tomorrow? It's like, yeah. Why? Because I have to poop. It's like, okay. Then what? And I go poop. It's like, do you gotta worry about the next day? It's like, yeah, it's a problem. It's like, no. You have to worry about this on a daily basis. But you have a solution for it on a daily basis. So it's not a problem. It is an issue. An issue can be easily resolved. Most issues can. They're not problems, they're just issues. Something you deal with on a daily basis that kind of gets in the way, but easily managed. It'll manage itself for you if it really has to. You're gonna poop. Eventually. It's coming out. So, for that example, it would be to say what is a problem is, hey, yeah, I gotta poop every day? Yeah. So, I gotta make sure that toilet is operational in my room, in my hotel that I'm staying for the whole week for this event. It needs to work. It's like, nah, it doesn't, brother. You're gonna poop anyway, so it's okay. It's gonna come out. It's like, no. Me pooping is an issue. That's the issue. The problem is that I can't solve my issue. There is no solution. It's like, okay, so use another toilet. It's like, that is a solution. But now I'll have to go look for one. So, if once you find one, the problem has been solved and now it's just back to an issue. But what if you're traveling every day and having to find a new toilet? Pooping isn't an issue, because you know you're going to do it every day. The problem is it won't figure itself out naturally every day. A toilet isn't just going to randomly pop up every day for you. It's a problem, and you have to locate it. You have to locate it every day. You have to find one every day. It's a problem. And you will deal with that problem every day. It's not like, you know what, I'm not going to go look for it today. Boom, you're going to shit on yourself. Now it's a problem. You don't have to poop no more. It's going to solve itself every time. But looking for the toilet, it's not going to solve itself. You got to go look for it. It's a problem. So you're like, okay. Well then, how does it not become a problem? You find a solution to something that you don't have to worry about on a daily basis. My phone broke. Do you got to worry about your phone breaking every day? No, but it's broke now. Okay, so is that a problem? Yeah, it's a problem. Why? Because I have to have it for tomorrow. Okay, well then fix it. Okay, now it's fixed. It's like, okay, now what? Okay, so that was an issue. That wasn't a problem. What do you mean? Well, your phone being broke was an issue, but can you get it fixed today? Yeah. And have it for work tomorrow? Yeah. When do you need to buy it? Tomorrow? Okay, well then it's not a problem. It's an issue. The thing is if you put your phone in your pocket and you sit on it and it breaks every day, if it happens every day, that is a problem. You need a solution to your problem. Because that's not an inconvenience, that's a problem. You can no longer go to work, bring in income, and the phone fixing itself, it won't solve itself. It's not. It's either you buy a new one or you fix it. You gotta find a solution. It's not an inconvenience, it's a problem. Because it won't solve itself. You have a headache, a normal headache. It's not a problem, it's an issue. Generally, by the time you wake up, if you go to sleep, it'll resolve itself. It's just an issue, it's not a problem. Okay, so to get onto problems, say you have that headache for more than 24 hours. This issue is becoming a problem. Okay. It's lasted more than 24 hours, and it's not resolving itself. It's no longer an issue. So, you decide to get some more sleep. It doesn't work. Issue's still there. Still turning into a problem. Take some over-the-counter medication. Headache doesn't go away. Go to some stress relief. Still doesn't go away. Go to the doctor. Find out you got a brain tumor. I know this is a little bit extreme. It's like, okay. So what do we do? It's like, you have a problem. Because this is something that you will have to worry about for more than a 24-hour period on a regular repeating basis. Hey, so here's the thing. Your tires are going to last 3 weeks. And on the 21st day, that's it. When the clock strokes 12, the tires pop. It's like, so this is something I have to worry about every day, or every month, or every 3 weeks. It's like, no, it's not a problem. That's an issue, but I have to worry about it every day. It's like, but you already have a set solution. It's been resolved. It'll resolve itself. You pop a tire. It is a problem. Can it be easily solved? Yes. And it is an issue. It solves in 24 hours. Now, if you popped the tire and you went back to the tire shop and they said, hey, we can't get you no new tires. Why? All tires are on recall because they're all breaking as soon as they're installed. They're going brittle. Shit. Now you have a problem. Well, how am I going to get around now? Got bicycles. Bicycles, same things are happening. They're breaking. Tires are breaking. All rubber brittle. Globally. No transportation. No transportation. That's not an issue. That's a problem. Oh, I can still walk. It's like, yeah, you're not going from Florida to Chicago in the next 2 hours by walking. It's not happening. You need that jet. oh, well, that's good. I can still take a cab there because they don't work. So, yeah, that's a problem. And as far as problems go, people don't know how to properly recognize the current ones they have. And you'll hear people say all the time, oh, I don't have problems. Yes, you do. You wish you didn't have problems. You can lie to yourself and say you don't have problems, but you do. I'm like, no, I'm a happy person. You can be happy and still have plenty of financial problems. You know, you can be happy and still have plenty of moral problems. You know, you could still be happy and have plenty of life choice problems. You know? So, a problem compared to an issue are two different things. You know, so don't brush everything off as though it's an issue and think that you've solved it because you haven't. So, people go, man, I'm happy. I don't got no problems. Okay? This is how I draw the line from being poor to being rich. I guess this would be a proper way to say it, because I would say if you're poor, you have problems. If you're rich, you don't have problems. But many people will argue they have problems, there's just different kind of problems. But in reality, I guess for a person with problems, it's a problem. You kind of get it? So it's like this. Rich people don't really have problems. People go, yes, they do. They're a different type of problems. No. A different type of problem is an issue. You're just giving it another word, and another word is not interchangeable. It's a different circumstance. That's why it has a different word, because it's a different definition. So, what do you need every day? I need air. Okay, cool. Can we solve the air issue? Yeah. Breathe. Okay, cool. Can you breathe? Yeah, okay. No issues. So if there's no issue, no inconvenience, there's nothing to solve or resolve. Alright. It's taken care of. No worries. It's not a problem. Are you going to have air for tomorrow? Yes. How about the next day? Yes. The next year? Yes. 100 years? Yes. 10,000. From as far as we can see, the next million. Unless a catastrophic global event happens. It's like, but that could happen, so it's something to worry about. It's like, what are the odds? 1 in a million. So that means 1 in a million of these days. When was the last time we got hit? Oh, roughly 500,000 ago. Days. It's like, oh. So I'll be dead by the next one? Yeah. Okay, nothing to worry about. Could still happen, but it's nothing to worry about. Alright. I got there for a minute. Started coughing a little bit. So, like I was saying, if it's not going to be something to worry about tomorrow, it can't be easily resolved before tomorrow, then it's not a problem, it's an issue. We're like, oh yeah, well you said my phone screen is broke, it's just an issue. Okay, yeah, it's just an issue. It's like, well, I can't afford to fix it by tomorrow. Well, that's going to get in the way of a lot of stuff, correct? Yeah, can you manage it? Can you see past your screen? It's like, yes. It's like, okay, then it's still an inconvenience because you could still do the job. There is a solution, it's just not great. It's an inconvenience. It's an issue. It's not a problem. A problem is, can you use your screen at all? No. So it's not usable at all? No. Any solutions at all? No. Can you buy a new phone? Oh no. Company phone. It's like, oh. Well then, you have a problem. How long will it take to get a new phone? 7 days. It's like, oh yeah, you got a problem. It's a problem. People see problems they don't have. So, like I was saying earlier with air, not a problem. Food, not a problem, right? Water, not a problem. Electricity, not a problem. Now I'm going to set you into two boxes here. Because if you're still sitting to watch to figure out what a problem is, it's because you're either in one of these two. And if you're not in one of these two, you either got a lot of curiosity making it this far to the video, but you're probably in one of the many other 1,000 boxes that are out here to select from. Most people are born in one of these two. They usually don't get the option for those. Year one, I don't have any problems because I have a job, and if I don't have a job, I have collected income from other sources such as the government. I'm using the government specifically for this. Not assets, the government. I have a job, I have the government. They can let me well afford my food, my water, my housing, my electricity. So I don't have a problem. It's like, okay. No problems? No, not at all? Sure? Yeah. Positive? Yeah. Okay. You lose your job tomorrow. I mean, I could still make it. Okay, and then it's up to government. It's like, okay, and then the government says, hey, you're cut off. Okay, well, now I have a problem. I'm like, no, it's not now you have a problem. You've had a problem. It's just gotten a lot worse. The problem is there stands a chance for you to lose the only source for you to gain nourishment, such as food. You have the possibility to lose your only source of water. You lost your only source, or you have the possibility to lose your only source to collect a place to live. And you go, well, yeah, those were problems until I got a job. Now it's not a problem. It's like, no, it's still a problem. It's just a less complex problem. We're like, no, that's an issue because you can just pay for it. You're good. It's like, yeah, pay for your rent. Don't worry about it until next month. Thing is every day you got to make sure that you're gonna have that rent for next month because as soon as it comes, bye. And you're like, oh, yeah, that's just how it is. It's like, yeah, then that's a problem. If you can pay your rent and by the next day, you're like, hey, don't forget, in 30 days, you have to pay rent again. You have a problem. It's not solved. It's been patched. Broken phone. If it says, hey, it's going to break every week. And I know for the tire, the 3-week tire, you're saying the same thing, like, hey, that's an inconvenience. It's a problem, but it's not your problem. So, the tire deal, no matter what you do, the tire will pop by day 21. You know it's gonna pop. The thing is you don't know where it's gonna pop. But you always know that, hey, I can either get insurance that can cover all my tires. Problem fixed, no longer a problem. Or you can say, hey, I'm just going to switch the tire on every 20th day. Never have a tire pop ever again. It's not a problem. Tires popping aren't a problem. What if it does pop? Doesn't matter, I got a spare. It's not a problem. It's an inconvenience now. So you're like, yeah, but I thought before it was an inconvenience. It's like, yes and no. You can turn an issue into a problem, but the tires can never become an inconvenience if they're always breaking because they're broke. But if you know when they're going to pop, it can become an inconvenience, not a problem. Because it's something that you can't fix permanently. You can't fix the tire popping problem permanently, but it's going to happen. You can't fix a broken screen permanently. You can prevent it from happening. Paying rent, you can just eliminate it altogether. Well, what about preparing for when? No, it just won't happen at all. Possibility does not exist in the realm of which you situated yourself. What do you mean? I bought a property. Oh. It's like, so the problem no longer exists. There isn't a solution to it. It just doesn't exist. With your solution, you're not, I guess it's a solving of it. So I guess it is a solved problem. But the problem doesn't exist at that point anymore. So what people will do is they'll just have they'll turn a big problem into a small problem and say they don't have a problem. Because they see it as other problems that they have and think that because they solve those, they can solve these. So like for the food, what they did was just trade one problem for another problem. You had your rent issue, or not your rent issue, your food issue, and your rent issue and everything else. And how did they solve it? They said, oh, I got a job. Now how do you keep your job? Because you can lose it. You stay physically able, mentally able, and willing and capable to do the job. Okay, well, how do I stay mentally and physically? Well, that's another problem, because you got to worry about that on a daily basis. You got to eat healthy. You got to see the problems. They're smaller problems, but you're trading them for other problems. So you start stacking, and now it becomes complicated. Now you get stressed out, and because you start packing in this box of things you got to do to prevent one problem by messing with a bunch of little issues. Yeah, now you see why you're so stressed still, even though you think you got your problem solved. But I don't gotta worry. Okay, you lost your job, now what? Oh my god, I might lose the house. It's like, yeah, you have a big problem. That problem wasn't small. That problem wasn't an inconvenience. It wasn't an issue. So, okay, well then, if me paying my rent is a problem, how do I solve it? It's like, simple. You don't. And the two boxes that I was pointing to from earlier are box 1. I have a job so I can pay my bills. So it's not a problem no more. It's still a problem. Okay. And you got option 2. If I ain't got bills, I ain't got a problem. I'll just be homeless. That's it. Those are the two mentalities people generally are born with and live with. And you can put this in either two boxes because it's the same scenario. I ain't gotta worry about my problems. I'll just give them to somebody else. I ain't gotta worry about getting a phone. I'll just take somebody else's. And again, for the other box, I ain't gotta worry about a phone. Instead of paying full price for mine, I'll make somebody pay 2 times for theirs by scalping. It's like, okay, solve problems by causing problems. It's not a real solution, but okay. Yeah, one person, one problem. One person calls 2 problems for a solution. You just release 2 problems into the world, which will just find its way back to you. Call that karma, but it's just, that's the bubble of the whole thing. The reason I say that is because if many people cause a half problem, you cause 1 problem extra to the system, many other people cause 2 problems, and you have a few assholes at the top that cause literally tens of thousands of problems, trust me, they're rapidly inflating that system of problems. One of their 10,000 will hit you. one of your 10 probably isn't going to even touch them. So, don't believe me? Learn what taxes are. Because trust me, you didn't do nothing to screw up your sidewalk. You know, everybody else did that, but that's not getting repaired, even though it's your sidewalk and you pay taxes. But it's okay, because you'll be completely paying for all the fuel that's going into this one rocket launch for a missile to go blow up that concrete building that's half the world away. But you didn't choose that choice, but that's where your tax money's going. Hey. So, yeah, that would be the problem. So, when you don't have control over it, true control over it, you just cause more problems. You're just giving the problem to somebody else. It's not control, it's just giving somebody else control for a minute. So, people will usually fit in one of those two boxes. And that third box I was telling you, the third of many other thousands, or anything but these two. But these are the two people who do. Paying bills and everything, it's not a problem, because I got a job that can afford them. Paying bills and everything, not a problem, because I ain't got them. Now, this guy out here, he's already reaching out on the tips of the tracks. You know? This is everybody. This is a few. The homeless guy is a little bit smarter. It's a few. He's like, there's got to be another way. There is another way. There's these guys over here going, hey, we don't agree with this crap either. I'm tired of worrying about food. I'm tired of worrying about rent. I'm tired of worrying about everything. So, let's get some assets. Get some investment plans. Partner with some people, network, create a community, a group. We can work together, all support each other. You by yourself, let me figure out how to manipulate people to get money to pay my bills, to have my own business. It's like, you're stupid. You know who's smarter than one person? What? 10 people collectively together finding a way how to screw you. Hey! So I'm not trying to be cynical, like, that's the truth. You think you can run an entire tech company by yourself? It's like, yeah, it's like you're not building a million phones on your own. You're not. If you get 3 people to, if you create a t-shirt printing shop, cool, great. Get 5 people together and they're like, hey, this is what we're gonna do. If you went into a competition with them, they would shut you down immediately. Unless you're just like a super pro. But collectively meeting people, socializing, networking, that's what will help you. Questioning. So these other people, then we gotta try to screw you. They're like, hey man, trying to find a way to make money? Yeah, me too. That's what you like? Yeah, that's what you do? Yeah, okay. Well, let's talk, communicate, keep tabs with each other, let's put a plan together. And they do. They put a really good business plan for maybe the next 10 years to live off of. About 5 years in, or 4 years in, sometimes even 3 years in, a lot of people 2 years in, start drawing up new business plans for another business. And that's what they do. Because relying on just yourself by yourself, you have an issue. And if you have these other people to help you, you can go, hey, you know, money generally comes with everything. But for them, they're just like, they worried about money anymore? Well, you see, money was a problem. It's a problem many people can't get rid of. Because they have to worry about getting it every day. They can get it for that day, but then they're going to need it again tomorrow, so it's not an issue. And you can fix it for the day, but you can't fix it for every day. And you can fix it for a week, you can fix it for a month. How wealthy you are is how long you can make your money last without having to add to it. You know? It's like, how does the lump sum situate itself? Because a person with $1,000 can be more wealthy than a person with $10,000.
And people will go, well, that's impossible. The person with 1,000, and you know, in your head, you're probably thinking, well, the person with 1,000 probably has an asset that's spitting out 1,000 every year, and you know, after 20 years, it's technically more. It's like, no, that's not what I'm saying, but close, close. $10,000 assets only spitting out 500 a year, where the person with $1,000 assets spitting out the same 500 a year. So I know who's wealthier. Well, one's obviously richer than the other, but the other one's more wealthy because it has a more valuable asset. It's an asset that's worth a lot more. Its worth is its wealth. You know? So, you might have plenty of marble. You got 10 marble stones. Cool, I've got 1 diamond. It's like, cool, you have plenty of these rich stones. I have a rich stone too, it's just a lot more worth than yours. So, you got a pile full of cash, I got a pile full of cash, you know. You've got a giant pile full of ones. I've got a small little stack of hundreds. It's worth more. They're worth more. It's just how it is. 10,000 square notes. 10,000 square notes. Mine are just worth more. So these people in these outside boxes, they look at your problems and go, wow, why don't you solve those? And they're like, well, we did. And they're like, well, obviously you didn't. They're like, well, you got lucky. You had daddy. Well, you know, you got to ask daddy. Daddy, how'd you get yours? Well, he got it from his daddy. Well, how'd he get his? He got it from his daddy. Well, how'd he get his? He got it from the master. That's how we hear from some people, which is really messed up. You know, I mean, there's a lot of Irish people that really resent that. I mean, this is how it is. Especially in America. Overseas, it's like that with Asiatic countries. You know? So it's just like, what happens when you go to a person who says, hey, they were in prison for 20 years. Family's dead, no inheritance, has absolutely nothing. Literally had nothing before he went in, gets out. And it's like, hey, I want to start a business. Same scenario. Guy's house burns down, loses everything. Same scenario. Guy just goes bankrupt from bad life choices. Starts over. And within 2 years, they're completely self-sustained. You know? Starting up a business and everything. Like, yeah, that doesn't happen. That happens all the time. All the time. And that's the thing. They didn't see their things that were problems as problems. They saw them as issues. It worked and worked and worked and worked. And they looked for what was the real problem. Now those were problems. Okay, so, man, my phone's too slow. Man, that's a problem. No, let's turn that into an issue. Let's fix that. Get a new phone. But man, that's gonna cost too much. How am I gonna afford my cigarettes? Are your cigarettes a problem? Well, I need them to relax. Like, no, you need more sleep. You have 2 issues that you don't want to resolve because you keep calling them problems. Not enough sleep and not enough cigarettes. How about you stop smoking and start sleeping? Seems like you need to switch those habits. It's like, great. 2 great solutions that are now just inconveniences. Not enough cigarettes and too much sleeping. It's a lot healthier for you. More sleep, less smoke. Then you realize you got more money. You're like, oh, so that's how I'm doing this. It's like, yeah, that's how you're doing this. So those same people that are going out and looking, they're like, okay, so my real problem is paying my bills. Yeah, but you have a job. And having a job isn't going to solve the problem of me paying my bills. I'm still going to have to pay them. I have a job, but I still have to pay the bills. I need to buy food. Yeah, but it's okay, you have a job. My job does not give me food. It gives me money, which buys me food.
So, okay, so what's the issue? I still have to have a house. It's like, okay, well, that's cool, problem solved, you have a job. And what if I lose my job? It's like, but you won't. It's like, are you that naive? Get a new job. It's like, yeah, and if I lose my house in between then, get another house. It's like, yeah, it's that simple. They realize that is the problem. The house isn't, I mean, the job isn't the solution, which a lot of people think. The government isn't the solution, which a lot of people think. The solution is finding an actual solution. For most people that have actually found the true solution, it's generally acquisitions and assets. So you'll put yourself in a position such as, let's say, your business. Start a business to where you have to have general housing to where it can be used by the company for lounge and leisure. And that's what you do. Start a business that does rentals. You can literally write that off. Just go live in your rentals. Just bounce around. Get some vacation homes. Use them for business. Although, yeah, that's talking a lot more money. But let's get to a realistic extent. Start a side hustle. Some friends. For a lot of examples I'm going to give you, I'm going to tell you friends. The reason I'm going to say friends is because stop thinking you can do things by yourself. Like, you can start by yourself. But that's about it. You will need help. Period. No, I won't. I can do it on my own. Okay. Print some shirts and I'll sell them. That's as far as you're going to get. You're like, yeah, that's the point. I'm going to have some cards made. No, you're going to make the cards yourself. Oh. I'm going to have a banner made. No, you're going to make the banner yourself. Okay, then I'll put ads on Facebook. No. You're going to do word of mouth. You'll go tell everybody personally yourself. Then how am I going to sell my stuff more? You're going to talk to people and you're going to partner. You're going to, hey, I need cards made for advertisement. I need to put out ads on Facebook. I need a banner made by this person who's a graphic designer. And you get it all done for the high price of only 50% because you have friends who can help you. And people are like, well, that's stupid. You know? I don't have to go through all that and be friends with them. It's like, you're getting your shit 50% off every time you go to them. You know, a lot of people would be like, well, you know, we wouldn't have to return the service. Yes, you would. You absolutely would. You know, and you can go, okay, well, let's say I save $200 here and $200 here and $200 here. So now I'm saving $600. And you offer the same service back, 50% off on your products to them, and you help them, and you ended up getting a bubble loss of $1,000. You know, $1,600 in expenses lost, and counting $600 from them, it's $1,000. So now you're at a full $1,000 loss. You're like, no, this is more of a problem. These people are costing me $1,000, you know, a year compared to, you know, what I'm getting with them. It's not $1,000 loss. You're paying $1,000 a year for a great acquisition with partners who you can trust, who know that they can trust you. So you've got guaranteed clients who will come to you, who can spread your name out, who you knowingly trust, who knows will have your back, and vice versa. Won't give you a bad product, will help you out with your needs. Same thing. Who can bring you customers. That's what you're doing. You're paying $1,000. That's a cheap price. Or you can go find somebody random every time. Or work with somebody every time who really doesn't know if they can trust you. You know? You're like, oh, that's just business. It's like, yeah, that's just business? Okay. So while you're over there treating that person like a business, I'm going to come in from out of town and I'm going to be like, hey, yeah, Mr. Banner producer. Yeah, I need you to produce me banners too. And we're going to be like, oh, okay. They're like, actually, if you can help me out,
And like, if I buy 5 of these banners, can you throw me one in for free? Like, I don't know if I can do that. Look, here's the thing, man. I got a place out here, and we do a lot of festivals, and I got a lot of other people who I'm going to put your name out to. I'll send you a few, if you don't mind. It's like, if that's cool, if you got any cards. Yeah, that's cool. Pay for your 6 banners, get your 6 banners. Burn off, give them cards out. Next time you go visit, whether it's a month later, 2 months later, hey, how's it going, man? Did anybody come talk to you? Yeah, actually, I've got a nice boost in sales. They said it was you. Your name keeps popping up. Or leave referrals the same way. But generally, those names do get out. They do. I mean, it's not like, hey man, I gave out 10 cards, 8 of the people came. That's not how it works. People actually need a banner. With festival, if people go check, you'll give out 10 cards, 1 or 2 might go. Generally, you'll probably hand out like 20, 2 of them will go. So you're bringing them business now. And with that, they're like, hey, those 2 people tell more people. And if they're doing good work, they get more people. So your next order, they might come out and be like, hey man, yeah, said you need another 5 banners? Yeah. Go ahead and do that one for free if you still need it, that 6th one. Yeah, sure. Every now and then, hell, you might just get it half off. They might come to you and be like, hey man, you know what? Actually, I just did this whole order for you for free. Merry Christmas. It's like, oh, well, shit. Cool. Thanks, man. It's like, but now, hey, can you do me a favor? What's that? I'm going to open up a stand doing on-the-spot banners at your little festival out here for these places. Would you like to manage my stand while somebody else operates it? I need a manager out there. There you go. I mean, that's just like small stuff, but it's these same people that are finding solutions to their problems. And I'm not saying that you have to always run a business to solve your problems. But many of the way the world works, it's just simply as it is. People need things. People offer things. People consume those things. Okay? It's called products, necessities, and consumers. So, that's just all there is. You'll have the producers for those products. They become a necessity, and you will consume it. It could be a service, it could be a product. It's just how it is. And this is just for the general example of understanding what a problem is. So you take that problem, find a way to solve it. It's simple as that. But recognize what a problem is in the first place. If you have to worry about it tomorrow, it will become a permanent obstacle in the course of your life, and you cannot fix it, and it will guaranteedly come back, then it is a problem. Remember, broken screen, not a guarantee to come back. You can fix it. Issue. Pop tire that you know is going to pop will routinely come back. But there's a method to fix it so that you never have to face the issue ever again. Tires never go flat if you keep fixing them. Paying rent every month. You don't have to worry about it every month if you pay a year up front. I'm not saying that you can afford to do that, but you can possibly make it cheaper if you can find your way into a house. You can possibly make it cheaper if you get a roommate. Possibly make it cheaper if you find subsidies. There are other ways. There are a lot of other ways. And then you can do stuff like I was saying earlier, such as start a business, and if that goes great and you have income coming, and you basically can set it up or have it acquired as a partnership by another bigger company or firm that basically control your business for you. You can basically bet more or less that your business will be fine with them as far as letting them help you manage it and operate it, and you're not really doing that much, so it's more or less there. It's gonna stay there for a while. That you will no longer have to worry about money or income because it'll more or less be taken care of, so you know that at the very minimum you'll have a roof over your head because it can cover your rent. So now, is losing your job an issue? No, because it can't be taken from you because you literally own the job. Do you have to worry about managing it too much? No, because a third party company is now managing it for you. So now what do? The problem is gone. If you have lack of income for the other things that you want, because let's say rent is now taken care of because of this, bills are taken care of because of this, but food is not taken care of, so you still have to work a part-time job. Look, you solved two problems that are actually solved. You can go, hey, well, what happens if that management company goes under? Well, we'll still have assets. And since you own literally half of the assets that it's acquiring, you'll either get half the income for your business being sold or liquidated, one of the two. Which more than likely at that point your business by itself will either be getting sold off or traded to another company. If it gets traded to another company, still managing, still running. Same thing. They might want to renegotiate your contract to keep you in with them or not. But if you keep the same contract, then it just keeps going. And it'll literally keep going until you either decide to sell your part of the business or just get out of the business for operations, or stay doing what you're doing, and keep working with them or whatever. But generally what people will do is get to a lump sum and they'll either just be hands off or they'll sell that business. That's one of the two. Some people sell a business and it has enough money to where they can invest in another business that ends up blowing up. Say you have a little business that's making you $50,000 a year and you sell it for $150,000. It's $150,000 is cool. You keep $50,000 for yourself to start another business and invest $100,000 into somebody else's bigger business. You'll still be at the same income where you were before, running where you're at. And then you also have $100,000 you invested into somebody else's bigger business, and you'll be collecting revenue from that as well. So as long as their business is still going, that's solved money basically. It's money that's being used to solve a problem, because you can take that to solve. Like, I know it's starting to sound like, hey, money solves all your issues, but that's not what I'm saying. It's a credibility token. It's a favor. So let's say you don't have money. You have a problem. What is the problem? Okay, your car is broke down. Timmy needs to go to school. You don't have a wife. Okay. You only have enough money in your income to take the bus to work. You can't afford to take Timmy with you. And the time it would take Timmy would make it to school late, or you'd make it to work late. Period. So now, how do you fix this problem? Hey, you somehow find out that Susie also goes to school with Timmy. Talk to Susie's mom. Hey, can you give my kid a ride? Not for free. Not for free. Nope. Not for free. So you're like, oh man, what can I do for Sally's mom? What can I do for Sally? That's what most people would think. It's like, no. Simple fix, simple solution. Only for a simple problem. It's not a simple problem. It's a little bit of a dynamical problem. Or a problem with dynamics. So we get a little deep with it. And go, hey. Look. Your body might. From work, goes by the donut shop every morning. Okay? Now, at work, you pick up part of his shift. You know, why do you pick up part of his shift? You pick up part of his shift so he can go and pick up donuts for you. Got it? So now you're like, hey, okay, that's cool. Now he picks up your donuts. And you're like, hey, bring them back to me. You got a light bulb. This is where the little thing contraption works. You go ahead and you tell your friend, look, I'll cover your shift. And instead of getting me donuts, I'll take the value of your hour of your shift. You're going to be gone, what, 30 minutes? $10? Or let's say it's a whole hour. $16, whatever your hourly wage is where you're at. Let's say somewhere even cheaper, just minimum wage, $8. $8 an hour. That's really cheap. And though it's not a perfect trade-off, it's a help. And people like help sometimes, and they like excuses to help them drown their problems, unfortunately. But it's, you gotta do what you gotta do sometimes in your situations. So follow me with this. You tell your buddy you'll cover his shift for the 8 hours. Or for the hour for the $8 net worth. Now he's not going to want to give you cash. People don't feel comfortable giving away their cash. You know, the paper things. So you'll tell him like, hey, no, the donuts are still cool. I need you to do me a favor. For the value of those donuts, I know you're only doing like bringing me back a thing with like $3 worth of donuts. You know, and it's cool, and you're getting to go, you know, screw off, and I'm getting donuts on the job and all that. That's great. You know, it's free donuts. So I win, you win, you know, but I don't really win. You know? It's like, let's keep the same setup. But instead, you get me these donuts and these donuts. But don't bring them to me. Just put in the orders and set them for these names. Susie and Timmy. Yeah, I can do that. No loss to him, no loss to me. Same little scenario. Hey, Susie's mom already said no. I'm like, well, hey, man. What if I can get donuts for you and Timmy? Because Timmy likes a snack. And I'll get some for Susie, too. Every morning. I usually drive Timmy by in the morning to get him donuts. But Dad, shut up, Timmy. You get donuts every morning. Remember? You'll get donuts every morning. I'll pay for Susie's donuts. And Timmy's donuts. If you can take them to school together. It's like, okay. Kid gets free donuts. All I gotta do is take this kid to school where I'm already going. Why not? Free donuts. And that's it. yeah, sorry, there's like some noise outside my window here. It's like, so yeah, that's all you'll need. You know, this isn't a solution to somebody's specific problem, it's just an example of no money, they have a problem, they solve it. That is an actual problem. That is a solution, but probably not the best solution. Because you don't know everybody's circumstances or what they're going through, or what they have on their plate, or the tools they have to work with. Generally, you have more than what you think, so you gotta really look for them. But with this video being this long, solve your problems, find your solutions, identify your issues, and look for a new path. I don't care how good you think yours currently is. Always look for a new one. Because you might be going up, and going up, and going up, but you realize you're only going up, and up, and up. When you really could be going up, and down, and down, and up, and down, and up, and down, and down, and up. Because generally, you don't come over here and drop down, or come up here and drop down. Doesn't happen. Same chance you have of dropping down a little bit here, same chance you have of dropping down a little bit here. That's it. That's it. The higher you go, the lower you can fall. That's not true. The higher you go, the longer it takes for you to stop. The more time you have to find a solution, the more solutions that are available, the less problems you actually can't solve. The less problems you have to worry about. So, take the risk, go up. Be well educated and informed on those decisions, and do what you can. So, don't spread shit everywhere. Look for the person who wants to clean it up and follow that person. They might help you, and you might not even see shit no more. Till next time.